Alright, they can hear us now.
Hello.
Granted, nobody's here yet.
For now.
For now. Hold up. What's up with my layers?
Hmm. Alright. Move that over there. Where is it? Appearance. Zoom.
Music going.
I knew I forgot something.
What did you forget?
I forgot what the bot.
I figured you were busy, and that's why I didn't ask. It's okay, man. Like I said last time, it ain't a priority, you know?
I know. And this is why I need to write things down.
You have an obsidian that you're obsessed with.
Do.
Yes, write it down. You might
I
as well
did
be
write it
you
down,
might as
but-
well be Obsidian's sponsor. I mean,
True. I just didn't. I thought I would remember it.
you forgot that your name is Johnny.
Yeah, true. Hero Peru.
Hello, Capitan Peru. How are you doing today?
Hi.
You know, I just realized something, Johnny.
Huh.
My stream deck is absolutely filthy right now. I haven't cleaned it since I got it. And it's been
Monster.
8 years.
It's terrifying to think about.
I mean, it doesn't look post-apocalyptic, but, like, there's just little bits of, something on it. Like somebody spray painted it, little... Never mind.
Microfiber cloth. They go hard.
Oh yeah, I have a ton of those. Mainly use it for the tablet screen. I don't trust anything else.
Mm-hmm. They do good work. I need to get more. Mine have started to get little,
I
what
need to
was
do
it
that
called?
too, Peru. Yes, I need to clean my synthesizers.
Little flakes of things in them, but they're like trapped in the fibers.
Alright.
Yeah. That, or I need to take some tweezers to them and pull it out.
How much do you use a fiber cloth before you throw it out?
I don't throw them out.
Do you wash them?
Mm-hmm.
Do you dry them?
It depends. There are some that I have that are like super like silky.
Mm-hmm.
That I don't dry. I just hang them. But I have normal ones that are pretty thick and plush that I do dry.
Hmm. Yeah. Just never quite sure what the life expectancy of those are. I never really looked into it, to be honest.
Let's see. My smooth one I got way back in like 2018, and it's still fine. Like you can tell it has stains on it. Like I could probably run it in a baking soda bath for like a couple hours and probably get rid of at least some of the stains. But like it still works pretty good.
Good to know.
My plush ones though, they attract a lot of debris. And those ones are also a lot newer. I think I got those like 3 years ago. And like half of them I can't clean a screen with because they have stuff trapped in it.
Yeah, I mean, my main concern is just I don't want to scratch my tablet. I spend like a lot. Yeah.
Right. So try to get like a silky one. I haven't had any issues with those.
Mm-hmm. Hey Beth, happy Sunday. I'm doing okay. How are you?
I am breathing in the air. It smells of coffee.
Dumiento. Dumentio. Dumentio.
Dormentio.
Do you know what that is? I don't.
First time I heard about it, but it looks like he's a bad actor.
Actor
Bad
as
actor
in
is a
movie actor?
problematic person.
Okay. That's what you meant.
Yeah. 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 He's a bad actor and a locale.
Oh boy.
Oh, this gets pretty bad.
Something, type of thing we should be talking about on stream?
I mean, Nothing to get us in trouble.
Okay.
Just not a very good person, it seems.
Aha.
Ouch.
Gotcha. Okay. You want to ruin my innocence? Okay, I won't look. I won't look him up then. Ugh.
He's everything you can think about that you could do wrong on the internet, he's done.
Is this gentleman the embodiment of intrusive thoughts winning?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Not only winning and posting on YouTube.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha.
This just goes on. It just keeps going.
Oh, jeez. Alright. Thanks for letting me know.
Okay, well, now I am informed on him, Peru. And my thoughts are, he shouldn't be on the internet.
I appreciate it, Beth.
I appreciate it, but I didn't know I was a sidekick. Okay.
Ironic, because I feel like you're the main character of this conversation.
Aww.
That's why you're the final boss.
Well, you've helped the hero.
Well, regardless, hope everyone's having a good Sunday. Or at least, not a bad one.
Yeah, hopefully not a bad one.
That works, I think. Stuff.
Yeah, we do need a Mega Man Zero anime.
We have some animation for the new X, or really, I shouldn't say animation. We have base poses for a lot of his actions at the moment, but they're not animated yet. So, like crouching, dashing, shooting, shooting and crouching, dashing and shooting, and half of the jump. That's pretty neat.
Naruto.
Let's see. There's a few things I need to do here. Let's start with the floor since that one's gonna be straightforward. This and take the darker color. brighter
Mhm.
not really, Beth. No.
There's a lot about her that is being saved.
Yeah, stuff we can't talk about, and stuff that we really just want people to be genuinely surprised with. I like how it looks like there's a puddle on this floor. What is that? What layer is that coming? Ooh, why is that on the front face?
Yeah, X8, like, there's a lot about X8 that could have been kept from X5 and X6.
Yeah, I mean, truth be told, initially I wasn't sure if we should even do a crouch. Because there's a certain argument that, like, part of the challenge in the Zero games is, like, if an attack comes to you, you gotta dash under it, you gotta time the dash because the dash only lasts a certain amount of time. So if you do it too early, Zero's gonna kind of get out of the dash and get hit by what's above him. It took a while for me to be convinced that this was a good idea, to be honest. But, you know, yeah, I think the versatility isn't the right word, but what it offers you to crouch outweighs the making things just a bit easier. That's kind of my feeling. It's a nice thing to have. Sometimes you want to just do low shots, and technically you can do that with a dash, but you know, you're also moving forward. You have a limited amount of time that you can do it. Also, with a cool feature in X5 and X6, so
yeah. Technically, with the way these sprites are set up, the dash would be in the middle of them, with X's shots being really low for the crouch.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
It looks like the way it's set up that X's dash would actually have shots in between the two, with X's dash being really low.
So, if you notice right now, yeah, the shots aren't going where the buzzer is, but that's because where the shots come out is defined by the sprite. There are points that are manually set on the muzzle, which I haven't done with the new design, so they're all in the wrong place right now. So did you ever have a franchise disappoint you in a way you genuinely didn't think possible? At this point, I'd be beating a dead horse because we talk about this every stream, but Azure Striker Gunvolt is exactly that for me. Every game, they find new ways to just baffle me. And especially with the last one and how it ended, I was like, what am I playing? Like, it's... Somebody jumped the shark. Just put it that way.
A few sharks in a row, doing backflips.
Are all guns now on Mega Man shoot energy bullets? Sorry, I don't follow Peru.
Not every gun in Mega Man shoots energy bullets. There's guns that shoot drills, there's guns that shoot cannonballs, there are guns that shoot fireballs. It very much depends.
So, Storm, as far as Luke's depiction in Last Jedi, I'm not of the opinion that was, like, complete, like, character assassination. I think there are aspects of it that make sense. You look at Luke in the original 3 movies, he is a very hopeful individual. He wants to see the good in people. He tried to see the good in his father. But he's also somebody who, when he's afraid of losing everything, he can get rash and make poor decisions. That was kind of the conflict he was facing in the Return of the Jedi movie. The fear of his sister turning to the dark side, it brought out the anger in him. You know, Vader very intentionally just baiting him like that. So, like, as far as things like, is this spoiler talk? Do people care about Star Wars at this point? I mean, the movie's been out for 10 years.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, as far as things like Luke almost striking Kylo in the flashbacks, I don't think that's out of character. I think for a moment he had this this fear that his disciple was going to go to the dark side and everything that he loved and cared about was going to be destroyed. But in the end, like, Luke didn't go forward with it. You know, his better judgment prevailed.
Friendly reminder that Luke is Anakin's son.
This is true.
And we know how Anakin's bees with the younglings.
Now, as far as the sequels as a whole, I think they're very messy, very inconsistent. They don't really have a coherent vision or a unified vision. They keep on kind of flip-flopping. And I think that's the bigger issue.
Each person that directed those films had something very different in mind compared to the others.
I think making Rey Palpatine's granddaughter was stupid. I liked far better the idea that she was a nobody. Somebody who was insignificant.
The idea of a nobody and an ex-stormtrooper teaming up as the newfound Jedi was appealing to me and what got me interested to begin with.
Oh yeah.
I was very excited for a canon representation of the Way of the Grey.
I will say, The Force Awakens, I really liked how... I really like what they did with Finn. The idea of a stormtrooper defecting and trying to do good. So much potential with that concept. Something they haven't done yet. I want to see where they went with it with the sequels, but then Finn just got relegated to yelling out Rey's name half the movie.
Yeah. Did they even go back to lightsaber? I don't remember.
Finn having a lightsaber, I don't think they ever followed up on that. Or wielding a lightsaber.
It was just that one time.
It was that one time, which I will say in The Force Awakens, I thought it was really cool that he fought with a lightsaber.
Shame.
It's, despite people saying that The Force Awakens is just a retelling of A New Hope, there's some truth to that, but there's also some things that they did differently. You know.
And we did beg. We begged for years. A decade, actually. We begged so much they made an entire spreadsheet for people to beg on. And we begged on it. And then the guy that led the entire projects for Mega Man quit.
Mr. Inafune?
No.
Or the other guy?
No. The other guy. The one that worked on 11. What are our thoughts? We haven't watched it. I'm openly not going to watch it, and I think live actions for the most part are a waste of time and money and resources, and most times are disrespectful to the source material.
I have not seen it, and I don't care for Disney movies at this point. their live action stuff has been a mess for the past 15 odd years.
Mhm. I did get spoiled on the ending of Lilo and Stitch, but I don't really care about spoilers for those. But the TLDR is that it is explicitly disrespectful to the source material.
I feel like that's the case for most of their remakes.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's yeah. Not recommended.
Now, I'm actually unaware, but maybe for the chat, like, this movie, did it at least do well in the box office? Better than Snow White, I suppose is the question.
I don't. The Hope is worse than Snow White because Disney needs to be stopped. Okay, yeah, not all live actions are bad, but the fact that you can count on one hand the amount of good live actions.
Are there any that you are a fan of?
The One Piece one was handled pretty good, with the exception of how they treated Usopp.
Oh, we're
That
talking
one-
about
that part
Disney,
upset me.
though. We're talking about Disney, though.
Well, I mean, he specified, but Disney live actions are a mess. As far as
Oh, I thought
subjective.
he meant not all Disney live actions are
Yeah.
bad.
Um. A lot of the time, they just don't understand the assignment.
I think a lot of the times they just don't care about the assignment. They just want to
That too.
push forward other things.
Source material? Nah, I don't need to read it. The summary's good enough.
It was the same issue with the Cowboy Bebop Netflix adaptation. Like, it started okay, and then it turned to Seinfeld.
Rest in peace.
And they,
That was an easy W.
I mean, they even had like a decent cast of like actors. So, like, could have been great.
Yeah. Like, of all series, that was probably like one of the easiest ones to do and do correctly, and they just missed the free layup. It was free. The fact they messed it up is impressive, actually.
Hello, Saito. Happy Sunday. How you doing today?
So, dude. They just... There's a reason they're animated.
Yeah. I think hand animated stuff looks great. Like, I'm not even saying it necessarily has to be cell animated, but when it doesn't look like Family Guy, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. We can stop the ceiling right here.
Nice. Mario Maker's nice. There's a few things I'm upset about it, considering, but for what it is. I like it. I really miss the costumes from the first game, and I miss the spike hitboxes from the first game. The spike hitboxes in the second game are atrocious. If I'm not making sense, Jack. So they have... You know how, like... Okay. So you can overhang on spikes.
Hmm.
And if you stand on top of one, but on top of a solid platform next to it, you can be standing on top of the spike and not get hurt, right?
Mhm.
But if you're doing it from a different direction, so on the left side instead of the right side, it will kill you. Plus,
Oh.
the boxes are just the same size as normal tiles, but in Mario Maker 1, the hitboxes for those were actually reduced to like 10 pixels instead of the full 16. So it was a lot harder to get snagged by one of them with a corner and die.
Interesting. I've not played Mario Maker, just for the record.
It's a fun time. It's a little jank at times, but it's a fun time.
Hello, Adaptation. How you doing today? It's over here. It's fine.
Yeah, they really need to push an update for the game, because it's been, at this point, a long time since the last update.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't really add much. Do you have any ideas for a forest level? Well, I mean... Let me think. If you're a fan of the rising lava and the cat suit, you could make the lava rise slowly, but make it really tight, where you have to do climbs from trees, manipulate your triple jumps, as well as your downward dive with the cat suit, and formulate those into this up down type platforming, where you have to climb further as the lava slowly rises up. That's an option.
Let's call this out.
Yay.
Yay. Should be a bit tricky.
I don't know how you're leveraging your stages or what your target demographic is for those stages. Lava, we're in a forest, not a castle. Yeah, but the forest could be becoming on lava. You burn the entire forest down. You know, Bowser be evil, man. He'd burn a forest down.
Probably would.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't put past him.
Think outside of conventions. Like, as long as you're not making like a 3D speedrun, I think it'll be fine. Those are like the worst, I think. Just holding right is blech. I don't know about really PS5's UI menu. I'm not sure if they've done anything different since launch, but I mean the PS5's was okay. I actually prefer the PS3's, to be honest. I liked the threes. It was. I wish I could reorganize the tabs on them, like reverse them. That way my games are on the leftmost menu instead of second to the right. But other than that, I preferred the PS3's version. The problem with putting Bowser in the clouds is that you can't control the fire droppings, and you're relying on randomness, and that can be kind of problematic if you're trying to design something that relies on Bowser fire being in specific order. And it's the same like with people that abuse like the Koopa in the clouds. I dislike those levels because they rely on randomness too much. Oh yeah. The fact that you have to pay money to let your friend borrow a game is awful. And everybody that's, you know, a Super Nintendo fan is just like, yeah, that's fine. Smiles. There's nothing wrong here. Smiles.
Doesn't the Switch 2 come out really soon?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That's gonna be something.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, I can't say this on stream, but I'll text it to you.
I think I know what it is about. I've been keeping up with the news.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, still typing. Indeed it is, Francesco. June 5th, that is in... Yeah, it's in 4 days. Okay. That was fast.
On a completely unrelated news for what I posted to you, Jack, we're about to have a massive E5 solar flare hitting Earth pretty soon.
Oh, so yes, that is what you sent me is exactly what I thought.
Yeah. They're all gonna be bricks.
They're
Beautiful.
take it with a grain of salt. It might actually be a hoax.
Possibly.
What I'm hearing at the moment.
If true, hilarious. With what's happening?
Just know, this is war. Oops.
Oh yeah. It's only a matter of time.
Of course. Nintendo has never been particularly good at this aspect of their business, just being honest.
Regardless of what happens, though, there's only one game I'm gonna buy.
What's that?
Prime 4, that's it.
That's understandable. Let's be real, like, I think people are going to be emulating the Switch 2.
Absolutely.
Either with what's already out there or with new tech. Nintendo really wanted to keep that from happening, but I think we both know that's not how the internet works.
Yep. Ian. You probably shouldn't, but you do you. When do you... it's gonna be a while before we do. Quite a while.
We still got a lot of work on this game.
Mm-hmm. We'll let people know when we're ready for that.
Yep, yep.
Prime 4 is also coming out on Switch 1. I mean... yeah, maybe. Why shouldn't you? Do you want an exhaustive list?
Oh, God.
I have an exhaustive list.
Alright, alright.
Please hold. I actually have this saved, believe it or not.
Oh, nice. These are super uneven and not even sized, right? Well, this is just the rough draft anyways.
Please hold. Okay.
I think this
Starting from the
thickness
top.
is what I want. Sorry, go ahead, man.
You're fine. They brought back region locking. They're setting a higher price for every country except for the country which they're based in. They're monetizing borrowing games. They have over-the-air bricking. They're using AI scaling and frame generation. They're using false claims of performance using the AI as a source of truth. They specifically claim that this console will be backwards compatibility, throwing speculation on whether the next console will be at all. Nintendo also promised that the Switch wasn't going to replace the home consoles. It absolutely did. They monetized save exporting and backups. Everything involving AM2R. Always online game verification. The first party accessories have been abandoned again. Storage size. The Steam Deck exists. Steam OS got released for a few other AMD handhelds. Nintendo specifically refuses to play ball with the rest of the industry on PC. The abandonment and console locking of everything 3DS and Wii. And then nuking everything everybody ever bought for the 3DS and Wii. And also Power World. That's not a completely exhaustive list, but that's a pretty decent list, I feel. Hi, Romans.
Hello, hello.
And Francisco. I hope things get better.
Likewise. Things are a little wonky with how they tile at the moment, but I'll fix that as I go.
Work in progress.
Exactly. Let's
If you already have a Switch 1, I would just say just use your Switch 1, man. At this point, they don't deserve any more money.
Hey, these are the same height. Awesome.
And it's not even about modding, and you have to be online. And the way the games are... Okay, there's something called a key cart that they have that requires you to be online to use the game. And then you register it for, what was it, 28 days? I think it was like 28 days. And then you have to go back online and re-register it. It's... Everybody fought Xbox on it.
Mm-hmm.
Completely gave them absolute shit over it. But now it's okay because Nintendo's doing it?
To be
Yes,
fair,
sir.
people are giving Nintendo a lot of heat over it too.
Some people. There's a lot of people that are like, it's fine. Smiles.
Some people just really like Mario Party, man.
I guess. But Mario Kart.
Open world.
Can
Can you imagine open world Mario Kart where they monetize how much gas is in your tank?
Don't get Nintendo ideas.
I
do it next
apologize
time.
for nothing.
Why aren't more people making a bigger deal? There are people that are making a bigger deal about it, but remember, Nintendo's a multi-billion-dollar company. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
Nintendo's just the type of company
yeah.
that doesn't care about bad PR, to be honest.
Mhm.
They don't cave as well as some other companies, and that is my observation.
They ignore it and it goes away eventually, quote unquote.
Yep.
I see. My condolences. Yeah, Storm, it got so bad that Sony made a video on how people share games on PlayStation. And it's just the CTO and the CFO handing a game to each other, specifically saying, this is how you share games on PlayStation. And that's it.
Oh yeah, no, that was hilarious.
It's great. Like, that's how bad that they started getting shit on in the business spectrum too.
Mm-hmm. These colors. What does this look like here?
A PC, nice. Are you running Linux?
Mm.
No, Storm, they are extremely litigious. They have a lot of pull when it comes to removing things online, unfortunately. Yeah, that was my intent when I said that. Curious on your selection of things you bought. Cool, you got a new car. The older consoles, are you at least going to mod them with modern features to allow you to play them on big screen? Because there's a lot of cool mods out nowadays that for those older consoles that you can actually do. Like, I think like the coolest ones I've seen are like the internet and Bluetooth modernizer with HDMI for GameCube, as well as the full desktop version for the GBA, which allows you to use like SNES controllers. That one's cool. The consolizer, I think it was what it was called. That one's really cool. Oh, cool. I mean, software modding aside, I mean like physical hardware mods. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff there. Nice. What email authentication error?
I'm sorry? What?
Not you. There it goes.
Oh, wait. This one.
Yeah, something is off. It's okay, so if you're having difficulty finding enjoyment in it, part of that is, well, it's been a long time. And the second part of that is probably stress, preventing you from sitting down and fully enjoying it. A lot of modern society is built around this idea that if you're enjoying yourself, you're wasting your time. And unfortunately, that is a stigma that needs to be eradicated, and it's very hard to get away from that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I hope you end up getting better. And I know it's hard, but
Yeah.
give it time.
Well, this game will be finished when all the content's done, you see.
Yeah, true. Did I play Jedi Survivor? I toyed with it. My friend had it, and I touched it a little bit. I haven't played it from like start to finish or anything. It was neat. That's really all I'll say about it.
Yeah, I haven't played it myself. I've seen people play it. I'm familiar with what the game's about. Familiar with the actor who plays the protagonist. He was in the old Gotham TV show.
Oh,
He played the Joker.
I see, I see.
It's pretty good. Just wish the script was better.
Always.
Yeah,
I appreciate
I
it,
feel like
Francesco.
Survivor is one of the few instances where, you know, modern Star Wars piece of media is actually being handled well. And yeah, I appreciate that, Francesco. That's very kind of you.
Hope it works out for you as well, and those you know.
Mm-hmm. When you have so many layers, you don't know where the thing you're looking for is.
This is why layer names are important.
No, they're all named.
Oh no!
Actually, I'm
Just in
curious,
case.
how big is my Photoshop file right now? These things get
I'm gonna
pretty...
guess like on
Okay, guess the number.
130?
What?
130 megabytes?
Lower.
80.
83 megabytes.
Yes! Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of
pretty
layers. It's gonna only get bigger once I start adding in more tiles, but I might have to split this up later. These things do get pretty damn big, honestly.
Huh. That is an apt comparison. How curious.
Oh yeah, he did play the Joker in the anime stuff. And that is true.
Francesco, I'm not sure how much time you spend just like resting, and I don't mean like sleeping, resting. I just mean like not doing anything, just focusing on the inside. If you don't do it too much, give yourself like 15 minutes every once in a while to just sit there and think. It'll help a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit.
Well, I know the mistake in this. The ceiling gets raised up after this pillar. Or I guess the wall gets a little taller. How do you want to look at it? Yeah, I need to bring this down. Hopefully it's not gonna be too much of pain with all these layers, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be absolutely painful, unfortunately. Rest in peace.
It'd be what it be.
Yep.
Could be worse. I could have done all this on a single layer like I used to. That would
Fair.
not be fun. Well, how much is it? How much does it need to be brought down? That's the question. Looks like it's what, 11 pixels? Or no, sorry, that's what's that? 17. You know, I've said it before, but I think the only Star Wars show that's been handled decently is Andor. That one, I've seen some of it. I like what I see. I can't speak for others, but I think it's okay.
I don't know what the second season entails, but the first season is very serious. It's a proper political drama with war and espionage. Is that apt a description?
I haven't finished the first season, but I think that's fair. It's a lot grittier. There's actual consequence to death. That's actually consequence to death is the one thing that I think the sequel movies lack. There are no real consequences to anything as far as our protagonist goes.
good. If only the rest of the series was more like that.
But at least they have the decency to actually renew it for a second season.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, Ahsoka, Django.
The Boba Fett show was not great.
Nah.
That one had me actually disappointed.
It wasn't the Boba Fett show. It was
It was Mandalorian season 3.
like 2.6. It just. Let's make this about Grogu and Mendo. Okay.
No, you see, I think the execs, the high ups at Disney were like, "Look at how cute Grogu is. He's gonna sell us merchandise. Put him in everything."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I will say I do appreciate that with Baby Yoda. He's an actual like puppet or animatronic. He's not CG, and it looks great.
Mm-hmm. Practical effects for the win. I will say that. We need more practical effects in movies and TV shows again.
Now, granted, it doesn't always look great. I'm of the opinion that if you look at the Phantom Menace, the original theatrical cut, they had Yoda as a puppet, and he looks kind of freakish. They later replaced him with a CGI version, and that one looks.
But we've gotten to the point where we're good at. Well, okay. We haven't mastered practical effects, but we've gotten to the point where we're almost at the cusp of mastery of practical effects. Whatever we miss, we can clean up with 3D, with FX.
Sure, you could like paint out issues, right, and all that.
Yeah, wires, cords, all that jazz. Like, okay, so I don't really recommend watching the new Chucky. It's less about Chucky and it's hard to describe. But they use practical effects for Chucky, and it worked. I mean, they've always used it, but I expected them to like cheap out and use 3D for it, but they didn't, and it works pretty good for the most part.
In my opinion, the problem with CG, so we have gotten to a point where the rendering is very realistic, the lighting is very realistic. Characters don't look plasticky anymore. I think as far as rendering inanimate objects go, damn near perfect. Right. We see a lot of CG in movies where they're doing scene replacements. It's CG environments, and those are so good you don't know they're actually CG, and then people think they're practical, which is kind of ironic. Where I think CG struggles, and I've only seen a handful of cases where it's done well, is animation. The way characters move, whether they're humanoids or animals, something about our brains know it ain't right. You kind of tell something's off with how they move. Maybe it's the way the motion blur is done. Maybe it doesn't quite match the way motion blur is done in camera. Maybe it's just the lack of weight in the movement. I've certainly seen cases where a character moves and it feels almost cartoony.
There's a couple of angles. One of them is, have you ever recorded yourself just standing?
Not recently.
If
Still
you,
there? Okay.
Oh, my internet died for a second, I guess.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, what was your response?
I said not recently.
Oh, okay. Well, if you do that, you'll notice that you actually kind of sway a little bit. Some people
Mhm.
sway more, some people sway a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing happens when you try to move your arm. If you record yourself in really, really high frame rate, you'll see that not only is there lag for movement, but you also overshoot and micro correct as you move. So there's a lot of additional movement that just does not get captured in normal 3D animation.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, We tend to fix this, quote unquote, with exaggeration. Like, but it's only a partial fix. There's just a lot of information that is lost
Mm-hmm.
that would be inside the blur frames or just in the movement in general that's just missed. Because it doesn't calculate those frames between the frames.
Mm-hmm.
If we want to improve 3D animation, we need to be rendering the animation at maybe even triple the base frame rate, and then interpolate back down to the original frame rate.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, a storm. The 2016 Berserk looked awful. I hate that CG look. I think CG in anime tends to look worse. Like I think it
Yeah.
looks worse than CG in live action stuff, frankly. It always just stands out as looking uncanny. In everything I've seen in the past 20 years.
Yeah. There's a couple reasons why. The main one is that artists are not perfect. CG is perfect. That's the initial issue. The second issue is that they never use CG as a tool, for the most part. Some studios actually do it properly and use it as a tool, but they treat it as the end result, which
Yeah.
doesn't look great.
So there is one instance I remember where they actually used it well. This isn't technically anime. I think it was a Disney movie from like late 90s, early 2000s. They had a theme that involved just a camera moving through an environment. So you do that in pure 2D, it's a lot of work. But they did it in CG, they rendered it out each frame, and then had artists paint over each frame to make it look stylized. Almost kind of like what we're doing here, just with more than just a static image. And it actually looked pretty good. I don't remember the name of the work, but
It was probably... I want to say it might have been Egypt. Prince of Egypt.
it had like talking mice or something.
Talking mice?
Yes. I don't.
Are you sure it was Disney?
It might not have been. I don't know.
Because that sounds like Feifel.
I don't know who that is.
Feifel Goes West? It's
Maybe.
an old cartoon movie.
I'm not sure, Storm. Maybe.
An American Tail, that's what it was, thank you.
I will be right back. Have fun with the chat, Johnny.
Okay. He's ex-Disney? That makes sense. Okay. So that's why he's confused too. If he felt it was Disney. Uh, Force with Spinies. My condolences. Good luck. Mitt Romney. Oh, that's kind of wild. Curious. I wonder. Okay, if anyone's watched Mob Psycho 100, in the intro sequences, the ones that do that seamless loop between each other, they do use a lot of 3D in that, but they use it as an intermediate step. Everything else is hand-drawn on top of afterwards.
Makes sense.
That's probably like one of the easiest and best examples I can point to that actually looks wonderful.
Nice.
I still need to watch season 3.
I don't think I ever beat season 1.
Oh, you got to.
I mean, Nick was like making comparisons to it with One Punch Man. So I watched it expecting something like One Punch Man. It's like, what is this?
Oh. I don't know why he did that.
This was a long time ago.
Yeah, fair. It's more apt to say it's a coming of age story, sort of, with a emotionally repressed individual who just wants to be human, but is anything but due to his circumstances.
So what you're saying is, it's Pinocchio.
Not quite, no.
Are you sure?
Yes, it's... It's filled with secret societies, it's people who think they're better than humans, it's filled with fraud, deception, manipulation, it's filled with all kinds of things that a child who is extremely gifted with, looking into a world full of people who just want to use and abuse that. People trapped in their own delusions, people manipulating and using others as a marketing tool, just
like Pinocchio.
but it's a heartwarming story due to Mob and how he changes the people around him.
Fair.
And there's even people that are in the show that are complete pieces of shit that end up making a 180. They're like, oh, okay, this person actually turned out to be a decent person.
Just like Vegeta.
Right. It's a good story. It really is. I've read it to completion. Season 1 and 2 are both animated beautifully. I'll watch season 3 eventually. Season 3 is the final one before the series ends.
Yes, Storm, that's what we're talking about.
It's not a perfect story, but it's a stern 9 out of 10 for me.
Nice.
I didn't know there was a live action of it. That's... Huh.
Is it
Gross.
okay?
Apparently not.
Is it better than the live action Death Note? Well, first off, which live-action Death Note are we talking about? There are several. I was referring to the Netflix one, but there's also a Japanese one.
There's multiple Japanese ones.
I've only seen the one where he just casually eats potato chips and they make no drama about it.
The movie, I think, then. Yeah, Netflix. Okay, so the Netflix one, from a standpoint of someone who never watched Death Note, watching that for the first time, it's a 6 out of 10. However, if anybody has watched Death Note and they watch it, so many characters have character assassinations or just strange changes that don't make any sense, and the plot, which is supposed to be with this individual who has a god complex, being like twist and turn at every possible moment just to be meh until like the very end where it's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm actually like super genius. It just
It's very contrived, and also, I mean, even if you haven't seen the source material, I think the problem is that unlike the anime, well, for most part of the anime, unlike the anime, they didn't follow their own rules. So, one big thing about the Death Note anime is that they established the rules of the Death Note very early on, and these rules are largely upheld by the characters. They don't break their own rules, like use plot holes and that sort of thing. The Death Note Netflix show, the writers completely forgot the rules. As far as certain things that happen, I don't want to say because I don't want to spoil, but if you're actually paying attention to the movie, you're gonna see the inconsistencies, even if you're not familiar with Death Note as an anime. And yeah, it's 6 out of 10 feels generous. I think, just as on its own, it's a pretty mediocre film.
yeah.
The characters aren't that interesting.
Hovering. Yeah.
I just yeah.
I could say 5, but yeah.
The only thing in that film that I liked was Willem Dafoe as Ryuk. I think that was a fitting casting choice. Everything else, except for the guy who plays Light's dad, it's questionable.
Yeah.
Like more questionable than Chris Pratt as Mario.
Yup. Like, if anybody who's watched Death Note watches it, it's like it sits at like a 2 or a 3. I feel not as bad as Evolution.
I forgot about Evolution.
Getting pretty close to
I
it.
completely forgot that Dragon Ball Evolution existed. Thank you for reminding me.
You.
Now I need to go bleach my eyes. What's going on? Oh, is this the wrong? No?
Rest in peace.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of adaptations of anime that are just awful. Hell, adaptations of video games in general as well. All of them aren't great.
The Prince and Persia one was close.
I haven't seen
It
it.
got,
Mm-hmm.
it got close, but it ultimately failed. It could have been great. It could have been great. Like, the first 3/4 of it was solid.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind
If you've ever seen the first Resident Evil movie, it's actually pretty good, in my opinion, but it's a case where they didn't really follow the source material, but did something interesting with the base concepts of the game. You know, it doesn't have the characters from the game, but it takes place in a Umbrella facility involving just, you know, the T virus or one of the other viruses infecting people, and it just kind of really really leans into the survival horror aspect of the games and just does some fun stuff with it. The later Resident Evil films are just, sometimes you question what the hell you're looking at.
Yeah.
Have you seen the films?
I've seen up to... Okay, I want to say like the fourth one ended with the telekinesis ravens or crows,
Mm-hmm.
and then the fifth one was with the clones, right?
Yeah, I mean, it all kind of, all the movies kind of, they melted together in my brain.
Yeah, same.
Um,
I watched the clone one to completion, and I don't think I watched the one after that, if there was one after that.
yeah, Ian, I would be okay with like the Devil May Cry Netflix adaptation, or rather, I'd be able to watch it if it weren't for just some of the dialogue being really, in my opinion, cringeworthy. It has that kind of, let's say, Marvel influence, and not for the better, in my opinion.
Hmm. Maybe. I don't know. I didn't watch it.
It was it was the lady's dialogue with the baby in the first episode. I saw that. I was like, you know what? I got better things to do with my time. Have a nice day. Now, granted, the rest of the show might not have been as cringeworthy in terms of dialogue. I don't know. I didn't get past that part because it really didn't vibe with me, those moments, but would have been nice if they had the voice actors from the game as well. I know that was one thing they changed for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why.
Okay, that's not entirely true, Storm. It actually has two rules. The first rule is never cry. The second rule is look cool doing everything. Those are the two rules.
Look cool sitting in a plastic chair.
Facts. Ordering pizza, look cool. Day old pizza, looking cool. Getting robbed at your store, looking cool.
Yeah. What do you say? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, the Netflix, it doesn't, they don't. Um, Netflix and really every industry out there, all of you, if you're watching, which I doubt you are, hire real fans to hound every director and writer before you put it into production.
My understanding is it's the same problem with the Witcher TV show. People that made the show were not the fans. Mr. Cavill, Henry Cavill, he was an actual fan, and that's why there was so much conflict between him and people making the show. Because he wanted something that was faithful to the games or the books. They wanted to just do whatever. I mean, I don't like using the word agenda, but I think they weren't thinking about the source material first.
They were more interested in telling their own stories as opposed to the story they were supposed to be adapting.
Yeah.
The Witcher? No, that's just the name for my fanfic.
Oh god.
And that's how they treat it. Seriously. Like, Dragon Ball Evolution, bad fanfic.
You know,
The Avatar movie, bad fanfic.
Death Note, bad. You know, honestly, that is a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Time for a Netflix Mega Man Zero adaptation.
Oh god, no.
That's live action. But they have zero budget for the costumes.
It's just Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson with a helmet he bought off eBay for $20.
Oh no, not again.
You're gonna hurt Dr. Light? He's my family.
Okay, but then who's gonna play? Okay, Johnny, in this hypothetical adaptation, who plays Dr. Light?
Jason Momoa.
Is it? Are you just gunning for buff dudes?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna do that. Dr. Wily must be played by Ryan Reynolds.
Fair.
You see, good guys are buff. Bad guys, not so much. Who would play X? Don't say Henry Cavill.
No. He has to be Arnold.
Arnold? They
Arnold.
don't even DH him.
Yeah. Just old Arnold. It's perfect.
Oh jeez. This conversation's cursed, my friend.
Zero. If I become Maverick, kill me.
Oh wow. Okay, then who plays Zero?
Oh, let me think. This one's harder.
I would say Dolph Lundgren, but I think he passed recently.
Rest in peace. It has to be someone that already looks good with long hair, and that's a hard one. Processing request. Hmm. Might be a strange choice, but maybe Tom Hiddleston.
I'm not sure if I'm familiar with that guy,
Loki.
but he's not buff.
He's not buff, but he is fit.
Hmm.
It's hard to find buff people with long hair that works, and we already chose one of them for Dr. Light.
Hmm. Zero's catchphrase, it's zero time. Oh yeah, Zero's Jared Leto would be something.
Oh. Hmm.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Sigma can be Chris Hemsworth.
Are we just going with Marvel people now?
It was on my mind. Sorry.
If we're gonna go that route, I mean, X might as well be played by. Wow, the name is completely. Hold on. Chris Evans, the other Chris. You know, there's already that whole I fight for justice aspect with Captain America, at least the earlier films. Before he just said, I'm too old, you know, I'm just tired of all this. I'm gonna grow a beard.
True, but you lose the one-liner capabilities that Arnold has on lock.
That's true. But Chris could say, I could do this all day. That's
Yeah,
it.
but Arnold could say, it's not over yet.
Okay, that's true.
The current spot? No. No. He's too small.
What's his name? Tom Holland, right?
Yeah.
He's too young at the moment, I feel.
That too. That too. We can have Adam Driver playing Gate.
Adam Driver, Kylo?
Yes.
You know, that could kind of work, actually, when I think about it.
He's perfect for going off the cuff, completely Insano style.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of films where he does just that.
Mm-hmm. Perfect for Gate, actually.
Why is my phone ringing? You wanna know how I got these green orbs?
Rest in peace. Hmm.
Who would play Sigma?
So, Shia LaBeouf.
No, he doesn't have the chin.
Okay, we need someone with a big chin.
Yes.
Processing.
What about the guy from Reacher? Not Tom Cruise, the other one.
There's a lot of guys in Reacher.
Reacher in Reacher.
Oh, maybe.
I don't remember the actor's name.
I don't either. I mean, he's buff.
Oh, that looks terrible.
Okay, yeah, he's close to okay, he's close to X in terms of voice, sure, but it's not about the voice. It's
about the look on screen. That's kind of where we're coming from, for the most part. Well, okay, if we're going with, like... I know I just said we're not thinking about the voice, but... X4 Sigma's voice, you know... He kind of had a bit of that Chainsmoker energy.
Hmm.
Who would fit that in the land of Hollywood?
The Great Kali.
Who?
Ooh. That is a massive chin.
Oh, yeah?
He is perfect for Sigma.
Okay, alright. What
Yeah.
do you... Lay it on me.
I'll show you. He goes by the Great Kali in WWE.
Oh, is he an actor?
Technically, yes.
Oh, I know this guy.
Here,
I've seen this guy
here's a side
somewhere.
profile.
Isn't... I've seen this guy somewhere. But yes, that is quite the chin.
Right?
That is quite the chin.
I think that's her best shot.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as acting goes, like Sigma doesn't have. He doesn't have to be extremely like, you know. He's not gonna be on screen for too long, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't have to worry too much about
Well,
acting good, right?
well, that's not necessarily true, actually. Because imagine something like Day of Sigma adapted.
Hmm.
I mean, if it's a movie, you're gonna have more scenes with the villains, right? Sigma's gonna be talking to other people.
Yeah. Hmm.
How thick did I make this? 22. What are your thoughts on Rockman Forte? It had some good music. It was nice to have bass be playable. The game can at times feel very cheap. It was definitely a rush title. But I don't hate it. I do not hate it.
Bass is he's too versatile compared to Rock.
I think the idea was that Bass has a better time in stages, Rock has a better time in boss fights.
Fair, I suppose.
Bass feels like a proto-Axel in terms of what he has to offer.
Mm-hmm. I realize what I want Capcom to do.
Alright.
Did you play Powered Up?
A long time ago, yeah.
Remember how you could play as the bosses?
Yep.
Now imagine they remade the entire Mega Man series from start to finish. with all the bosses being playable. So you can just run through all the stages as anybody. Doesn't matter what game, what generation. If you want to play through the entirety of X1 as 0, you could.
It sounds like a balancing nightmare, though.
It doesn't have to be balanced, it just be fun.
You don't care if things are OP?
Not at all. Like, if I put 0 in Mega Man 3, of course he's gonna slaughter them.
Which 0 are we talking about?
For the sake of simplicity, X4.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter if it's balanced, it just be fun. And that's the best part of it. Like, if I want to put Mega Man 6 Rock into what would be X8 and have a horrible time doing it, well,
You
I
do
chose
understand there's going to be parts of the level he can't actually get through, right?
well, I mean, there's certain parts that you can if you have all the weapons.
You can't wall jump, Johnny.
He can't, but he can make the little platforms that he can jump on top of. And he also has the spring from Rush.
You know, if this were an actual thing that they made, more playtesters. I'd be to try every permutation.
It'd be beautiful. It'd be fun. It would be goofy and at times completely jank, but that's part of the charm. And that's something that Capcom is sorely missing, is charm. It's not gonna be perfect. I didn't expect perfection. But I guarantee you, people would love it. Even if it's horribly flawed.
Uh-huh.
Just don't make it look like Powered Up, please.
You don't like the art stuff?
Nah, not at all. Mega Man 8, I mean... For the most part, it's fine. It's... The PSX design philosophies were nice. The only thing that bothers me is the run cycle for Rock. The feet are a bit too floppy.
I'm of the opinion that the art in 8 was absolutely beautiful. Not perfect, but like, it was that... In the same way you see the transition going from X3 to X4, and how they raise the bar for the you know, the quality of the games. I feel like 8 was doing the same thing compared to 7 and 6. And then they went back to doing NES style games for 9 and 10, and then 11 was all 3D, which I was not a fan of the way it looked, personally.
It was a good attempt, and for as far as 3D goes, it could have looked a lot worse.
If you look at... I don't like the way the stages are lit. Everything is way too dark. And just the backgrounds at times lack continuity. In ways that the previous games already figured out. In ways that the other Mega Man franchises already... or series already figured out.
They should have made it orthographic, but instead they went with perspective on the camera.
Yeah, which you could say X8 has the same issue. It was made by people that didn't quite understand the significance of that type of thing.
Yeah. It's the one downside.
Yeah.
The models at least were pretty decent.
Oh yeah, I mean I don't
I-
hate like Mega Man's design.
yeah, it's an even mix between like the classic and like what do you expect out of the X era as far as uh, design sentiments.
Hmm.
Uh, the music, uh,
Yeah, hit or miss. It's very electronic, shall we say.
mm-hmm.
Which was also kind of my complaint with the Zero Legacy collection. Like, I think the songs were cool, the compositions were cool, but they didn't really sound anything like the Zero games or the ZX games. And probably that was because they didn't bring Mr. Ippo Yamada on for that game, which makes sense because, you know, like they brought Nakayama on to do some art for the game, but he was a freelancer. Ippo's still part of Inti Creates, and there is a decent possibility that Inti and Capcom aren't in best relationship.
Most of
That is my feeling. That's never been confirmed, but there are signs of that.
hmm
I don't remember my number 9 soundtrack at all. Was there good songs in there?
Same.
Like,
Maybe
who
I
even
don't
did the
really...
music for those games?
Good question. I don't remember. The only stage I ended up liking really was the sniper stage, though.
That
It was
one had a
really
really cool concept. Honestly.
The others were there was a couple stages where I could just air dash the entire way and just skip everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was some stages that just felt incompatible. I need to go through it one more time and properly notate everything.
Mm-hmm.
I could probably learn a lot from their mistakes. One thing I'm actually not a fan of, in retrospect,
Mm-hmm.
is Mega Man 11 Rock transforming for his weapons.
You don't like him having like the whole change in appearance?
In retrospect, no. Initially, I thought it was nice because it was, you know, it was different.
Mm-hmm.
But in retrospect, I don't like it.
Like, is there a particular reason why?
A few things. It's from a lore perspective, him being able to change his form before characters like X existed with like armors and like Axel and all that jazz, it creates a problem from a lore perspective.
Mm-hmm.
From a design perspective, it might look nice, but at the same time, it means that for every special weapon that you make in the next series, you have to make a new concept design for that special weapon, and it's a bad precedent due to that, because they're going to continue to have to make designs that fit all the special weapons for everything going forward.
First off, you're assuming that they're actually going to go forward. That we're actually going to get a Mega Man 12. I think that's being optimistic. Second, if we're going to talk about just... Well, how do I word this? The whole idea of the double gear system is that Wily had this idea this whole time and just forgot about it, and then it came back to him in a dream, right?
Yeah, it's kind of...
It's a little goofy,
Mm-hmm.
in my opinion.
It, it could have been worse, but it definitely was
A bit better.
rough. Yeah. Ian, I'm just download Mega Man Maker. Like, it has everything at this point. Well, not everything. It has almost everything. It's still missing a few things, but yeah, just download that, man. It's great. I don't really shill for a lot of other projects publicly, but for that one, I do shill it. It's very solid.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter that it's not official. It's the best we're gonna get, and you know it. And I know it. And Capcom knows it.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
That is heavy competition to deal with. If Capcom makes an official Mega Man Maker, that's their competition. That is very steep competition. Good luck. I do not want to be the project manager in charge of that for Capcom. They're better off just making Mega Man Maker official. That's just the brass tacks of it. A Mega Man X maker. Okay, fair. Fair. They could do that. They could do that.
Didn't someone already work on that? Like a Mega
It's
Man
not out
X
yet.
engine or something?
Yeah. The X engine's been released for a while, but then a couple people like remade it, and there's another one that's currently being remade, working on it. And there was a project for a Mega Man X maker. I think it was X++, if I recall correctly. Memory's a bit fuzzy, but I think that was right.
I do remember that one.
I don't know if they've released anything recent. It's been quite a while. Hold on.
I think the last time I looked at that project, there was no such thing as COVID.
True. I hope you didn't, yeah.
Let's not go there. Jesus. Alright, it's coming along. Left on this, these tiles, or rather these walls, they're not dirty enough.
Ooh.
Let's see, so this place has been flooded for quite some time. Which means if we're dealing with at least some steel structures, there'd be a bit of rust.
Just a bit.
They do a whole lot, just a subtle amount.
Ian, you need to pay us slightly more attention. It's still being worked on. He does stream sometimes, but he's been quite busy with the final 4 stages. He actually released not that long ago that he was adding a post-game character, Axel, who plays kinda like Copen.
I thought that was April Fool's thing.
Initially, yes. Just a tiny bit. As far as plus plus goes, I don't see any recent news.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. They have a Discord.
That's nice.
I'm not clicking that right now. Their GitHub looks abandoned.
When's the last commit?
Uh, 2022 in March.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm sure they have their reasons.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So he could just be committing in private repos since then, but it's been 3 years with not a public commit in anything. So that's unfortunate. I wonder if there's any other projects that have taken that mantle. There does not seem to be. Well, I mean, if you want to start making that and pitch it to Capcom, the plus side is, I guess there's no competition. So, go for it, Ian.
Probably gonna add in some dents and scratches to these walls as well.
Go for Blaster Scorches.
Blaster Scorches.
Mm-hmm.
What does that even look like?
The center is like slightly lighter, where the outside's darker and in a starish pattern.
I can try.
Mm-hmm.
I can't promise anything.
Yeah. Make your texture on a flat, and then transfer your texture to the perspective.
I mean, it's a flat wall regardless, unless you're talking about the side bit.
Yeah, you might put stuff on the side bit.
I mean, if I transform it, then I need to add some depth after the fact.
You transforming it will add depth to it.
No, that's not how 2D transformations work. It's billboarded effectively.
What I'm seeing in my head and seems fine.
Uh-huh. Well, can you live stream your brain, please?
Yes, I can. To be clear, for transform, I'm talking about the 4 points that are equally adjustable to just
Yes.
make it flip flop.
Yes, which
Okay.
you do that, and you don't get depth. Because you're picking what is effectively the front face, turning it into a side face. Now you've got other faces that you need to draw in to represent that depth.
But it's a scorch mark.
Yes, but it goes in, right?
No, it's just a scorch mark.
Okay, who got shot?
A lot of people.
Did they not pay their rent?
Yes. This actually used to be where RoboCop patrolled.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so there's a lot of people that didn't pay the rent. This was during 2020. So he cleaned up.
Didn't realize RoboCop was a maverick. So, I'm sorry, you want a star?
You can use a star pattern or the star idea, not actually making a star, but like the logic of a star, where you make multiple points around it in not exactly even manners, and then have them grow bigger as they get towards the center. RoboCop would be a Reploid, but he's also forced to follow orders sometimes.
Is his boss Dr. Wild?
It feels like that. Let me get my pencil.
Yes, if you can mock it up, this would be a lot easier for me, dude.
Mm-hmm. You have 2 circles. You have one on the inside. You have one on the outside. You have a single point in the center. And then you make uneven points at random locations across. And then you use the small circle as your guidelines.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Is RoboCop the final boss?
He might be. For this area, absolutely.
You beat RoboCop. Well, I think you gotta ask yourself, does RoboCop have the power of friendship?
Maybe. Okay, I think I got a good template on the how-to.
Roger that.
Now processing. There you go.
Okay. So the outer ring is darker than the inner ring?
The lines that are going up and down are a lighter color. The lines that are going left and right are a darker color.
I don't follow. We have a circle in the center,
Mhm.
and then a second circle inside that circle.
Mhm.
The inner circle, pun not intended, looks to be brighter than the outer circle.
Yeah. And then there's a third circle on the outside that's also lighter.
Okay,
And that's the one that blends into the surface of the wall.
So really we have a ring that with the darkness, and then outside the ring and inside the ring, it's not as dark.
Mhm.
Okay.
And then all the spikes are starting from the darkness, and then they taper off into lightness. So if you start with a big one that's just light, and then do a smaller one that's like tripled up, and do an extra small one that you erase.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, actually.
Okay. And then just do like points to the center, shape, blend, add blur, radial blur to it.
Are you basing the shape off of something?
Am I basing enough of something?
Yeah.
No, I did the outside
you came
points
up with this?
first. Yeah. I did the 4 outside points first, and then I saw what was missing, and then I did a few of the middle points, and I looked at it again. I was like, what else do I need? And then I did the few inside points.
You know, I'm doing this, and all I can see is Patrick's star.
Jesus Christ. Rest in peace, your brain.
What is Patrick doing here, Johnny? Explain yourself.
He was hiding, and then he got vaporized.
Yes, but there's like 6 scorch marks on this wall. How many Patricks are there?
His whole family moved in. You know, that's why the city soaked in water.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, when that happened, he moved in, and then they eviscerated him.
Uh-huh.
And I am using the center as my point of truth for the spikes.
Let me point of truth.
As in,
They all come from the center?
yeah, all the spikes come from the center.
Okay, hold
And
on.
the center circle is also where the spikes get their shape from. And that, you know, like when when the Buster is shot, it has like those spikes in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm imagining if it was unfolded, what it would look like. And that's where I got that pattern from. Just make a point in the center, Jack.
I did.
Harder for yourself. No, I don't see a point.
I eyeballed it.
See. If you use the process, you can reuse the process. Once you learn it, you can copy it, redo it over and over and over again. Wait, now what are you doing?
Center point? There's a point in the center, right? If you look at your triangles that you drew, you have 2 points that are going towards the circle.
I have 3. Okay, I'm gonna draw it again, but without the shadow.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Curious, my friend. It's very curious.
Now you understand how the pattern is made. Now you can replicate it however you want.
Thank you for showing me this so that I could then butcher it.
It's okay. You butcher it, you correct it. And
Say
then you
anything
can
about
unbutcher it.
correcting it.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh well, hold on. You are loud. You just jump scared the whole chat link.
Sorry, am I too loud? I'll see if I can.
No,
turn
no,
it
no.
down.
It's because I had you on 200.
Oh, okay.
I gave. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Not related to what you did.
Definitely related.
He doesn't actually have to use the bathroom. He just has to change his pants.
Rest in peace. Hey, how's it
What have you
going?
been doing?
Jesus. Things have been going okay-ish. Some positive things, some negative things. It'd be what it be. Working through it.
Well, I hope things get better, man.
Yeah, they should be. Hopefully.
Hmm.
Working towards it.
Seems like you guys have made a
And-
lot of progress. I'm sorry.
You're fine. And you?
Oh, me? Well, you know, I've been kind of coasting ever since I graduated. I have been trying to job search, although it's kind of hard to find jobs around my area. I might have to move out near the end of the summer.
Understandable.
Right, but for now, I have been like working towards more artwork again, specifically sprite work, because I did kind of slack on that during college.
I see, I see. Mm-hmm.
I definitely think I have gotten way better compared to when I was first starting out with those like MMZ into like MMX0 edits.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta practice. The only way to get better is to practice. Gotta keep on
Exactly.
doing it. Have you been looking for other artists that you might want to learn from?
Not bad.
Uh, I
Okay.
have a variety I kind of want to pick up on. Not a specific one, but I do like know what kind of style I want to go for. Like I want to go with like semi-realistic, but just stylistic enough to like not be like, you know, like life, like still life and whatnot.
Gotcha, gotcha. Well, it's always good to be on the lookout for more that fit the style that you're looking for.
Right.
Sometimes they show off neat tricks or in development work, and you'll be like, ah, that makes sense. And you find something good that you can incorporate.
Nice. I'm assuming like your main art style has mostly been influenced by Mega Man.
Okay, it really depends. Like, if we're talking about spriting, for the most part, there's a few other places of influence. I've learned a lot from the Bleach games, the fighters. A little bit from Metroid. How they do subpixel animations for Metroid Fusion. It helped quite a bit back in the day. As far as not sprite arc, I actually don't look at the Mega Man artist for any influence really, except with the exception of Toru.
Huh. That's actually pretty surprising because I know you did some concept art for this game.
Mm-hmm. Most of my style is derived from mangaka. So, Abotu and Tight Kubo. Those are where most of my influence is from. I like their styles a lot, so I do my best to emulate them.
I see. I'm sorry. I'm not exactly an expert, but what art did those artists make? Like what manga?
Death Note and Bleach, the mangas.
Ooh, okay, yeah, those are pretty good sources to use, like references to use.
I like their styles. I do my best to emulate them.
Alright, Johnny, is this satisfactory?
Better. The one on the left needs a little work, but the rest of them seem to be, for the most part, correct.
All of them, I made sure it connected to that center.
Mm. The one on the left looks like the top piece is not. It looks like it's a little off center.
I can redo it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming it's supposed to be like a scorch mark, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
This is what happens when you don't pay your rent.
What, they start blasting me?
Yep. This
Mhm.
is your eviction notice.
Rest in peace.
It's gonna be the last one I get.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think this should do it. Let me see how it looks in game though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. I might put the scorch mark on its own layer so I can just put it wherever on this wall. Not too much about tiling. Also, if I make it look symmetrical, now it looks like some kind of weird insect creature.
Yeah. Don't go for symmetry. Asymmetry is fine, especially for
Scorch marks.
Yeah.
for any type of non-structural detail. Asymmetry is fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on its own layer because this is gonna be a nightmare to tile.
Yeah, especially for environmental damage.
Hmm. Well,
Mhm.
So, what tiles are these area? What area are these tiles supposed to be used for?
so this is an area you probably saw previously, but we kind of went back and redid the tiles because the old ones didn't look the best. This is kind of a flooded city area.
Oh, I don't think I've seen this area.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just show you the backgrounds, just to give you an idea.
Wow, that's sick. I didn't even realize you guys are gonna have a flooded city area.
Yeah, so this isn't like a stage with a Maverick. This is part of the overworld. It's mainly there for world building, I guess, is the word. It represents it's a relic of the past, I'll put it that way.
Legacy.
Yep.
I see you're also trying to implement the X base into the game.
Oh, yeah, so-
It's clearly not completed.
Yeah, so we have like a few base poses, but no animation. At the moment, it's just about like getting the sprites to look good before we animate things. So far, I think it's going well.
Yeah, the key poses.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, to give you an idea, like this is what this area looks like.
Huh, that's weird. Why would the buster shots be out of alignment?
Because where they shoot is tied to the sprite itself. I basically have to put a point on the sprite to say this is where the muzzle is. Haven't done that yet, so at the moment it just default to where it is now, I guess.
Okay. Although, it seems like X will shoot a little lower compared. Yeah, especially with his crouch compared to like his normal, compared to his current sprite.
Well, it's the same thing of like it's shooting the lemons. I need to
In the
tell it where the
area.
muzzle is in the sprite. I haven't done that, so it's defaulting to just basically a neutral offset.
Oh, okay, I see. It's not like using like the previous code. It's
No,
just
no.
doing a default.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, to give you some background, like these are well, literally the backgrounds made for this area. We have two different backgrounds. One is kind of more ground level. The other one is more high view after you climb up some buildings.
Oh, gee. Man, these look so good.
Thank you.
Same artist, right?
Hmm.
Nice.
So yeah, I've just been working on bits and pieces of this. Like mainly today, just the interiors. last live stream, I redid the floors because we had old ones that were before I did like things in high res. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Got a few other background pieces I need to do as well. I need to revisit this one, but I might simplify this a bit because there's just too much going on. It's gonna be an absolute nightmare to paint all this, to be honest.
Yeah, it is pretty detailed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So will this area mainly just have collectibles and such? Or is it just a transition area?
It's an area that, as things are planned right now, you do go there at one point to collect something. It's not like an area where you have to go through this area to get to the area you want to go. It's more kind of a side route.
It is connected to another area, but you're not required to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can just get to the area you want to a different way then?
I mean, you don't have to go there at all. It's... yeah.
Huh.
Let's see if I can layer this on. By the way, I did hear you mention something about like try to find work. I know the job market's pretty rough at the moment. My sister's also having a lot of difficulty finding a job. So if you're having trouble, don't like beat yourself up over it.
Right.
What kind of if it's not too sensitive, what kind of line of work are you looking to get into?
I want to eventually get into game design, but that's just skills I'm going to build up on my own rather than rely on a degree. But for actual degree, I do have a Associates in Science and Arts degree. Just a good, well-rounded degree.
Nice.
So that way I can be like flexible with my work. Assuming anyone will take it at least.
I mean, like, what kind of jobs are you applying to at the moment?
Preferably something that's not just food service.
Understandable. You know, after going to college, you want to be able to do more than just McDonald's. I don't blame you.
Right. But it'd be nice to have like something online or coding related. But coding related is gonna be kind of hard because they kind of would need to be taught on the job, which I highly doubt they'll want to do.
Yeah. Coding related jobs, they want to see. It's not necessarily that you need a degree. They just want to see that you have some experience working on stuff, that you've actually like taken the time to do projects that you can like show them.
Right. Although it's so annoying, like they ask you to have experience in this field, and yet every other job wants you to have experience in this field before you can apply.
Yeah, so when they have entry-level jobs and they're like, we want 6 years experience, that, don't take it at face value. Job listings are like haggling or bargaining. They will set the expectations very high and then take whatever they can get. So if you don't have as many years of experience as they want, that's not a blocker. That's just how they like to have those job listings.
Yeah. Typically, there's a huge disconnect between HR, which you'd assume they would have a good information on what to expect, and the actual people who work in there and who are in charge of those kind of people. And so, if HR is not super informed, they're just going to put whatever they want on there based on their previous experience and use that as their basis. Meanwhile, the people you're actually talking to in the interview process are probably actually people in those positions. Smaller companies typically have better phrased requirements.
While bigger companies can afford to be a bit more vague.
or they just
Nice.
don't care.
Honestly,
Exactly.
your experience is going to be that you're going to be applying to a bunch of places. A lot of them are going to reject you. Don't take it personally. It's just a very competitive market. I think I applied to like 150 places before I got a job. It's just you got to be persistent, and just you're going to find your opportunity.
Right. It's just so annoying that in school they always encourage you to like, oh, find a job that you know you're going to enjoy. But chances are you're probably not even going to be able to get into that job for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like
it's-
even if we did all the education for it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Truthfully,
We used to have
I believe like a college degree doesn't hold as much weight as it used to. It, honest to God, did not help me with finding a job myself. But also, devil's advocate, I graduated right when COVID started, so it took me
Right.
2 years to find a job.
Were you just working like
Speaking
part time during that time? or
No,
were you
I was
just jobless?
unemployed and miserable.
Ugh.
Okay, Link, you have a lot of spare time? Yeah.
A good amount thanks to McDonald's having a flexible schedule. Why?
Okay. So, Harvard CS50 is free, and they do a new one every single year. It might not be like super helpful to you right now, considering, but take it and put that on your resume as well.
Oh, is it online?
Yep, completely free from their official sources, from their website, from their official YouTube account, and from the Free Coded Camp YouTube account. Every year
Okay.
they put up a new one. They've been doing it since COVID.
Huh, and I can
It-
just take these classes at any time to learn coding?
Yep. It is their
Sweet.
full fat courses. The only downside is that you don't get the material for homework. You have to do that. You have to come up with that and do that on your own, unfortunately. But all the information, all the lectures, all of it, from the actual person who teaches it in the actual classes, as well as the real life examples with the actual students there, all 100% there. Good for brushing up, and good for anybody who wants to get into it as well. Talking to you, chat. I'll be back.
That sucks, Prometheus. I don't blame you for killing Albert under those circumstances.
It's like they're also teaching like artificial intelligence in these courses too.
Oh yeah, it's a hot topic at the moment.
Yeah. Do they only teach Python and like a little bit of JavaScript in these courses? It looks like.
I think John is AFK. He would know better on that.
Oh,
Said BRB, I think.
okay. I wonder if this is something I have to sign up for. Well, yeah, he did say it's something I have to sign up for, right?
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh,
I'm distracted at the moment.
well, I'll just go ahead and favor this on my laptop.
Yeah.
And I can check it out more later. I definitely know I'm gonna have to like try to pick up some more programming skills at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's like through like hands-on game design or through courses.
Yeah.
You don't have to sign up for it. You can just watch it on YouTube if you want.
Oh, I can just watch it on YouTube? Oh yeah, you're right. I see the YouTube right now.
And they do more than just Python. They cover a wide variety of languages, and they kind of jump around to a bunch of different ones just to get you a clear idea on how they differ from each other. It's a general course for computer science.
I say yeah. I have experience with JavaScript and Python, but I could definitely use a freshen up for them.
Yeah, they run you through a bunch of things. They try to teach you the benefits of multiple different languages, and they also teach you how to learn from the documentation.
There. Yeah, thanks, Sean. That was actually a really good source and advice.
Thanks, Jonathan.
Yikes! You need to stop that.
No,
What, you
Makes
don't
us
like being
think,
called
man.
Jonathan?
No.
I'm just messing with you, man. If it's actually bothering you, I will stop.
It's one of those things where it's like, I've been called Johnny for so long that the opposite just.
It makes you feel
I
better.
only have.
Makes you feel better. You can call me Nicholas. I don't care.
I don't want to inflict the same type of trauma on other people. That's not how
You know
that
what?
works.
It's okay. I'm into it.
No, I get it myself, because I used to have a nickname when I was younger that was just a shortening of my normal name, and like I was like all for it at first, but when I grew up I was like, I just want to be called by my full name. But nowadays I don't really care anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I always prefer the shorter version, but at this point it's just like it's like it's rolling a 17 on a d20 for psychological damage.
Am I giving you emotional damage?
Yes.
Very well then. Sorry, Johnny.
Could be worse. The only people that use my name like that are or have been
Oh, what the hell? What the hell? Oh.
not good experiences.
What is a check?
X has a cut in his head.
His barber messed up his do.
There's some layering issues, I think. Oh, I see. I used the wrong layer.
GG.
Yep, that's a classic. I'm glad to see it doesn't happen only in art too.
It's not
Mhm.
a Photoshop exclusive thing. Anyways, how do you like the scorch marks, Johnny?
I don't know, let me see.
Very scorching.
I like how they're in front of X.
What?
The layering's off. It's in front of the sprite layer. Let me actually fix that
Layers.
right now.
You could, because it's not really a directional focused drawing, it's direction agnostic, so you could flip it completely 180.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make the big point going down if you want, that way you have more variety.
Can you do like full-on rotations too?
No, we don't support that.
You could do it in Photoshop though.
I can do it in
And then-
Photoshop, yes. I can I can make some rotations, yes. What do you think, like
Prometheus
45?
Madella. What?
You got like 45 degrees, Johnny?
Yeah, a good 45. That way you have all, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, flip, 5, 6,
Hopefully-
7, 8, 16. You have 16 possibilities.
Yeah, hopefully it won't mess up with the pixels too much, unless if you plan on just redrawing it.
Well, the good thing is because I do this stuff in high res, it's going to, when you're downscaling it, it's going to be kind of softening things anyways, so it's you don't got to be pixel perfect. Um, I
You're
think
going
I
for
missed-
3?
Yep.
So we're going for 24 options?
No, no. Well, 3 images.
Yeah?
Not 24 images.
No, you have 24 options with 3 images.
Okay, I guess. Right. If there's X flip and there's Y flip, it's...
Plus rotation.
Right.
Yeah, 24 should be a pretty good number.
Let me do a side perspective as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, that's so...
I'm assuming you'll just pick which rotation of the scorch mark is based on where you're placing it.
Yeah, it's about having some variety, really.
Mm-hmm.
Make it obvious you're not reusing stuff.
Yep.
Like, make it not obvious that you're reusing stuff.
Yeah, although in fairness, some people are definitely gonna notice.
Yeah, it'll be what it be.
Yeah.
I definitely noticed it a lot more now that I'm actually trying to work with it.
I have the exact
know,
same
no.
issue. I used to think that the Inti Creative stuff was perfect, and then when they started to learn how to do tiles, there are things I see that I can't unsee. Like,
That's
Oh,
what
good
ma-
idea using the perspective tool too.
yeah, Johnny's idea, but yeah. Let's see how that looks.
X might have
Hello.
short hair.
Mando.
X also could have like medium length hair, but he definitely doesn't have long hair.
Yeah, he doesn't have 0 level hair.
Zero got the extra long.
I gotta move it a little bit, but I think, yeah, it's working.
Nice.
Now, it's funny, because, actually, I'm gonna show something from, Advent that, since we're talking about perspective changes to these images, there's something I noticed years ago that I think is relevant.
Thanks for the free emotional damage, Nando.
What do you say?
Now I can't unsee it.
Man, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you can
Good
say
morning.
"Have a good evening" like when you leave.
Yeah, but you see good morning, good noon, good afternoon, good evening. Good night's the only one that's backwards.
You're right. Yeah, you never say like. You can always say "Have a good night," but you never say like "good night" to someone when you meet them. Huh.
Mm-hmm. English is broken.
Yep. Okay, never mind. I thought I saw something here, but it must have been somewhere else, and I don't remember where. This. So you remember at some part of the game, they did basically skew some flat shooty images, but it's not here because I can see the depths properly represented. You can see the side faces. Might have been where what's Bifrost was? Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe.
They also did the same thing with like the cutscene art for like the hunter camp.
Skewing?
Yeah, they skewed some in the background, and then for one place they forgot to put shadows.
I remember that. I remember you showed that, Flub.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the new X sprite, but it's still work in progress. It's right now, I guess you could refer to it as prototype X. Haha.
Hmm.
Now, it's always so funny thinking of these 2D spaces in 3-dimensional sense, Because in a three-dimensional sense, like that like stage in Advent is like a giant safety hazard.
Oh,
yeah.
that's what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, a lot of this stuff is questionable. Like, you think of like Legion HQ, it's supposed to be like an office space or something, right?
Mhm.
And yet we have to like make like 6 feet jumps in order to get to our offices.
God, the work to
Mhm.
the commute to work doubles as great exercise, I guess.
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wear a business suit, and by the time I get to my desk job, I'll be all sweaty and tired.
I'm not sure if it's OSHA compliant though.
Oh,
Definitely
no,
not.
OSHA would be all on that. Yeah, I feel bad for the handicapped.
I guess that's one good thing that they got rid of during the Maverick Wars.
OSHA?
OSHA.
Yeah.
Johnny, that's evil.
I didn't say it was good for us.
Do you think this was all part of Dr. Wild's plans?
Yes.
Do you think Dr.
What
Wild
does he hate?
personally hated OSHA?
Yep.
Do you think he hated the handicapped?
No. He kept on making floating bases that ended up becoming hazards. He kept on finding him.
Yeah. The more I look at this, yeah, you're going up the stairs, right? And you're just some dude in office clothing. You're here to do the taxes, and then you gotta jump from here to here, and then go up more stairs, and then jump and.
The stairs don't even reach the like end of the floor. They're just hanging in midair. They're like break physics.
Yeah, that's actually the interesting thing, because like you can see the background implies that you can like go all the way back to where this like view is.
Hallway is.
But you know, if you imagine this hallway, if you're coming from the hallway back here, there's just a giant like gap in the floor. You're gonna trip and fall down these stairs, and I'm not sure if workers' comp is gonna cover that in this dystopian world, but damn. Yeah, you raise a good point.
Like it's harder to notice with like stuff like volcano stages or forests, because those are like natural, like well, natural with apostrophes, but you don't really think about like how a human would maneuver in those places, because they're not really typically places humans hang at. But when you have to like deal with like office building stages, that's when like things start to get a little more noticeably like video game logic.
Absolutely, it's like there's no elevators, so you know, to get to the top of the building, you gotta do all this bullshit.
Exactly.
Like, damn,
And then
dude.
you just have those like flying hanging things for no reason.
This is just the expectation. This is part of the job posting. When they say they want 6 years experience, it's 6 years doing parkour.
Well, that sounds like an awesome job, to be honest. If he can do like sick parkour, you got the job.
You got the job, kid. Yeah, exactly. Goddamn. Yeah.
How much you want to bet it was Albert who designed the building?
I mean, considering how eccentric he was at the halfway point of that game, I believe it. Like,
No. It's look for the person with the longest legs.
No, you see, he built it that way to spite Mikhail.
Yeah, Mikhail must hate the layout of that building with how much older he looked compared to the other two.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean,
And
Albert
Thomas
can
must be
fly.
jacked.
Albert can fly. He doesn't got to deal with this.
And Thomas is like jacked from what I recall, so he probably gets his daily exercise from that.
Oh yeah.
Mikhail's like the only old man here who has to deal with that nonsense.
I like to think that Thomas did skip leg day, so he could just do like a super jump like a Jedi. Hmm.
That'd be a fun value joke. Just someone complaining about like the level design in Mega Man games in general.
I can imagine a fun value where you're in the inner circle and somebody's just falling down the stairs repeatedly.
That sounds perfect. It's like, who designed it like this?
So this is all Theo's fault.
But it's so funny that this like dilapidated like building looks like it has safer and like more logical structure compared to the Advent children, like the ZX Advent building.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Mega Man ZX Advent Children.
Yeah, I almost called it
I actually
that.
heard that too.
Yeah.
They both start with Advent, so I just immediately defaulted to like the Advent I was more familiar with.
Hmm.
Remember that time we had to like fight like the children of Sephiroth in Mega Man? Man, that was really weird.
Oh yeah.
Model S. Sephiroth. Yes. With how disconnected the Mega Man universe is, it could definitely be Final Fantasy and no one would notice.
I mean, as far
That
as
moment
just...
when Albert...
Mhm.
Sorry.
No, you go first.
I was gonna say that moment when Albert just summons Meteor.
Oh no. This is how he resets the world, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, as far as the design of this area, main inspiration is 0-1. Its depiction of, buildings and stuff like that outside of the Arcadia.
You know, yeah, I was getting like 0-1 vibes, like namely with that wall in the background. It reminds me of a wall in the Resistance base.
Mm-hmm. I actually, this floor was directly inspired by the Resistance base in 0-1. They have a very similar design. And then this took a bit of inspiration from Luminous Avenger IX in terms of this kind of curved design. And this is just a door.
Actually, why couldn't modern aesthetics just be like futuristic aesthetics like this? Like, stuff like this looks so much cooler than what we have going on now.
Yeah, I was never a fan of just modern sci-fi, like, at least Western. I feel like they always make things look way too clean and way too, like, chrome. I always loved, like, Inti's take on this stuff because everything has age and wear, and some stuff looks like it's barely holding together. And they
It
have
looks lived in.
Yeah, yeah. Which I think, you know, within the story of Zero makes a lot of sense. Mega Man is usually their games about dystopias rather than utopias, so...
Is it dystopia trying to be a utopia, but usually ends up falling on space?
Yep, pretty much what happened with the Arcadia and Copy X. Or rather,
Yeah.
X creating the Arcadia and then Copy X ruining it.
Right. Oh, that's only really for the main timeline. Bell Network timeline honestly turned out pretty good.
Oh yeah. they have the internet, and nothing bad is
And
ever out
aliens.
there. Thank God they made the games before Twitter came out.
Exactly.
I mean, the classic
Yeah,
games are also pretty like uppity. They don't really show the worst of it with the classic games. I think it's the X series where things really start to go south.
Like, it's subtle in, like, the classic games, but yeah, it's way more obvious in X when things start going bad.
Hmm.
Like, you can see, like, the hints from classic of how, like, stuff would eventually lead into the X series.
Hmm. I feel like just the classic series didn't really deal with like the consequences and the collateral of the events of the games. Like usually, whatever Wily's doing by the end of the game, it's sorted out.
It's very Saturday morning cartoon-esque.
Absolutely, yeah, I think that's a great way to put it.
Which I think is perfectly fine for the classic series. Like, I feel like I'm one of those people who don't really want like a true bridge between classic and X, at least in an official game.
Yeah, when people talk about, oh, we want to see a game where Rock dies, and it leads to like the X series, it's like, first off, Capcom's never gonna do that because they want these games to keep on going. It needs more money. They're not gonna do the equivalent of Logan with Mega Man. But like beyond that, I know some people want like to see X and Proto Zero fight, or not X, Mega Man and Prototype Zero fight, and it's like, I mean, Mega Man Unlimited play with that. It's a cool idea. I want something that's less predictable. You know, it surprised me.
Yeah,
If
I don't
you're gonna
want
do it.
Proto Zero at all.
Hmm.
Sounds weird. I don't want Proto Zero. I know what he's expected to do. I know he was sealed up. Let's have something go catastrophically wrong in a different way.
To be honest, my favorite theory, like about like what happened in between Classic and X, is that there was never really just a big cataclysmic event that happened. Instead, it was more like just like eventually things just like it was like a slow death. Like there was like no big event that happened. Like eventually, like due to like Wily's machinations, like robots were like seen in like the lesser eye of the public, and eventually like to the point where eventually the idea of robots was just scrapped until Dr. Kane found X and made Reploids. But like eventually all like the like Mega Man characters, like the robots at least, eventually like met their scrap date, and then yeah, just things died down for quite a while due to Dr. Light and Dr. Wily dying of old age and sealing their last creations away.
Yeah.
Like,
That would
it's
work.
honestly the most likely explanation, too, to be honest.
It ended with a whimper, not a boom.
Exactly.
If the city wasn't covered in rubble and it looked like a city from 300 years ago as opposed to like 80 years ago, sure. But the fact that almost nobody knows who Dr. Light is, except for like very few like people, that's something much more dramatic happened. They got erased from history.
Fair enough.
Where finding decent colors is just the hardest part of doing anything with these tiles.
Oh, yeah, agreed. It's so hard to find, like, the exact colors you may want.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
I swear you're not just pulling directly from something.
You know, sometimes I do, sometimes I pull from Inti's games, but I've been trying to avoid it as of late because I want to, like, learn how to do it naturally. Is it this one? This one? Yeah, like they really. I just even go back to like older revisions of these tiles. It was just nothing was like really clicking initially, and I just started just messing around with colors and shading, and eventually you figure it out. But it's a lot of trial and error, I have to say. This one, I might just steal some colors from the official games, to be honest. Question is what? I don't want to do purples because we already got a lot of purple here. I want something that's a bit more contrasting.
I like the salmon color.
Did you say the Santa color?
Salmon.
Like red?
Well, I mean, it's red, but it's not red. It's a salmon color.
Hmm.
A fake red, then.
Sure. It's a fake red. Not red. Baker.
I knew you were gonna say that because I was gonna say that.
Faker? I think you're the fake red around here. You're not even good enough to be my fake.
Haha. Have you seen the Sonic 3 movie, Link?
Still not yet,
Okay.
but it looks so good.
Oh yeah. That's what
How
they
was
talk about
Keanu
here.
as Shadow anyways? What?
In my personal opinion, I would prefer just the voice actor from the games. Because he just sounds like John Wick. And John Wick isn't necessarily like... It's kind of Shadow, but the thing that's missing in the movies is like Shadow's voice in the games. He's got this kind of sense of pride in everything he says, a bit of ego. He's kind of looking down on someone like Sonic, right? But Keanu's take doesn't really have any of that. It's just gruff and serious, like John Wick.
He also sounds tired.
That's you.
I mean, to be fair, like, that Shadow in the movie seemed to be, like, a lot more of a depressed state compared to, like, mainline Shadow. Like, he seemed less angry and more so just tired. Like, does that sound about right?
He did sound very tired.
I mean, the Shadow in the movie, without getting into details, he is still someone who's angry.
Just a touch different.
Yeah, exactly, Storm. Exactly.
Huh. In that case, what do you think of, like, Ben Shapiro's Sonic?
Wrong guy, dude.
Sorry, my bad.
Ben Schwartz.
Eggman with facts and logic.
Ben Schwartz, Link.
It's Norse. My bad.
The chili dog. It's perfect.
Oh, that's scary. That's a scary thought. Him voicing Sonic. Schwartz is fine as Sonic. The only thing I feel is that just sometimes the writing, it puts too much of focus on him, like throwing a joke in every other sentence. And maybe for kids that's great, but after a while it gets repetitive.
Right.
He feels very late Zoomer, early Alpha.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure Sonic in the movies is younger compared to mainline as well, right?
Yeah, but in terms of actions and how he talks, it's a bit weird. I didn't expect Sonic to be a meme lord.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Also, without getting into details, after you watch the movie, there are some deleted scenes involving Eggman being a streamer on Twitch.
Yes, I could probably see why it got deleted.
Uh,
At the very least, it showed that they had some sense deleting those types of scenes. Like, those are the types of deleted scenes that are fun to watch, but they got deleted for a good reason.
I agree. Yeah.
Which are also the best deleted scenes, in my opinion.
Okay, I'm just gonna steal colors. This is stupid.
Rest in peace.
Rip.
You tried.
Yep, you tried.
I tried. I hated it.
You tried.
Now I'm stealing. Because stealing is cool, kids.
These are not the official points of view of Iliad Games.
I guarantee you someone's gonna take that clip out of context.
Wait, what clip?
No, just me saying stealing is cool, kids.
Oh. Yeah, I have noticed that you've been, like, letting the streams be, like, public more often.
I've tried to make an effort not to show spoiler stuff on here, and I want... You know, because... Frankly, a lot of people think this game's dead. Just because if you're not, like, following these streams, you know, you don't really know what's going on, and... Because there weren't a lot of live streams on the channel, you know, archived, and available. It looks like nothing's going on, and just... Not everyone can be here during these streams, so I wanted there to be more content available to people, you know.
I see. Nice.
I've also made an effort to swear a lot less on these streams.
Fair enough.
Sorry, you're saying something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, it is a good idea, publicity, to let these streams, like, be a lot more public. Although it'd probably help if you, like, made, like, a video to showcase some of the new stuff, but I'm not sure how much of that you actually have done.
We want to do that. We have to record with the voice actors first before we can, because a lot of the content at the moment relies on, like, cutscenes with recorded lines and stuff like that for the presentation of it.
Oh yeah, how has the script been going anyways? Last I checked, you were, like, at least over 50% done? Or more?
It's... Johnny, you want me to describe it, or should you?
First off, that's top secret. Second off, it's been going decent.
Sorry, was that a spoiler? I
No,
didn't...
we try not to give any percentages of anything because it creates a false sense of expectations.
Well, to be fair, that was more of a guess on my part. So
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you
it's
haven't
nothing
read-
official.
yeah.
No.
I mean, technically you haven't read the script, so...
Right.
It's one of those things of... I mean, to be honest, like, we looked at a lot of the scenes we wrote for this game, and we realized that, like, either the writing wasn't great, or just where is where we placed the scenes. Just didn't quite make sense. We restructured some stuff and we rewrote some scenes, and we're just trying to get this perfect. As if there are like glaring issues with it, then the story's gonna be cringe. Just being frank.
Right, makes
Like-
sense.
For example, there was a really, 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 really dumb plot hole that we just discovered last week.
What? I'm assuming it's
Like, it's-
major spoilers if you describe it.
It's not major spoilers, but it was extremely stupid of a plot hole that we all should have seen.
You know
But we
what's
didn't
good?
notice it until now.
Yeah. It's what I can say is we do a lot of our stuff on a tool called Obsidian. It's kind of like a note-taking tool, but it allows you to do a lot of other stuff. And Johnny, credit to him, he made a giant flowchart with all the scenes showing how they flow from one to the other, and just it allows us to kind of map out the story, see if things make sense, and kind of go from there.
Right, yeah, I remember seeing that too.
You haven't seen the latest iteration, but yeah.
When I say it's huge, I mean like if you were to print this out, it would probably be like 8 feet by 10 feet
What the? Sheesh.
at 8-point font.
I would just like
Yeah.
to say for the record, Johnny's insane.
Just a little bit.
He definitely struck me as a little crazy.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
I promise
It's
you.
worth it to be insane.
Yes.
You gotta be a little crazy to get into game development.
This is true.
You have to be a little crazy to be a Mega Man fan.
Yeah, that too.
You gotta have a little copium. It's okay, guys. X9's coming next year. My uncle says so.
Square.
Krish, I just realized the latest like actual new Mega Man game that wasn't a collection, that was like Mega Man 11, and that was in 2018.
Exactly. Exactly.
I swear Mega Man's not dead. I promise, guys.
No,
This
like
year.
weird that
This
Mega
year,
Man's
it's fine.
like Mega Man's like one of the most iconic video game characters ever, and yet he just basically gets like nothing, and he doesn't even like sell that well compared to like others like Mario or Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I never really got why Mega Man sold so little. Like, it's multi-platform, and he's like an icon of like the retro era, and like the main mascot of Capcom. Yet he doesn't really do like as high sales as you think he would.
I think with Mega Man, when Capcom was putting their money in it, there were multiple Mega Man games coming out every single year for like 15 years non-stop. They were, I'm not saying those games weren't good, but you know, they were, what's the saying? Putting their eggs in a lot of baskets.
Yeah.
And with something like the Zero series, I know a lot of people who didn't play it back in the day. It was because they didn't have a Game Boy Advance, right? I didn't grow up with Mega Man X8 or X7 because I didn't grow up with a PS2 or a GameCube for that matter. So same thing with Command Mission. I didn't get to play those games until quite later, and by which point, you know, it was kind of when Keiji Inafune was leaving. That good stuff. Something like Legends, it came out on the PS1. Not everyone grew up with a PS1. I got to play Legends on the Nintendo 64 back in the day. I didn't get to play Legends 2 till sometime after the fact. They spread these games out across so many different platforms without making the games themselves multi-platform. That is to say, if somebody came out on the GameCube, that doesn't mean they're porting it to PS2 and Xbox, for example. There's just a lot of what was coming out back in the day that people couldn't access unless they had the specific console, you know?
Right. It kind of had like the Kingdom Hearts problem where it was technically multi-platform, but it wasn't really released multi-platform. Cause like you have Kingdom Hearts, then Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories on the GBA, then
Mhm.
Kingdom Hearts 2, and Kingdom Hearts 2 starts right off where Chains of Memories ended, where meaning that if you jumped from KH1 to KH2 without knowing about Chains of Memories, you'd be so confused about what's going on.
Mm-hmm. It's sort of that problem. There's also the issue of, I mean, business decisions on how to approach certain games, which ended up burning a lot of fans. Like, the reason Battle Network died, I mean, okay, so they made the decision to not continue it into the DS, which their explanation was we don't want to have a multi-generational game series. Which completely doesn't make sense because considering the X series and the Classic series both exist. But that was the explanation they gave. But if you look at the Battle Network series, the best-selling game was 4. And the worst game of them all was 4. And so everybody
Yeah.
who bought 4 swore off Battle Network, and those that remained bought 5 and saw it was completely different from the rest of the series and swore off Battle Network. And then 6 came out and it was the best, and then you couldn't find it anywhere.
When you describe it that way, no wonder Valor died.
Yeah.
I wonder why 4 sold the best, though.
4 sold the best because 3 did so well. 3 finalized what made Battle Network good. 3 took the plot seriously, even though it was goofy. And 3 also had how do I put this? It was subject matter that a lot of young adults, teenagers, and preteens could relate to across all generations. Or, sorry, across all countries. So it did well from that. It was very much on the cusp of that generation moving into the techno generation of, I mean, what we are in now, right? With the internet connecting everything. And it very much discussed part of the flaws of that.
And then 4 happened.
And then 4 happened.
4 was also the one that started pushing 2 different versions Pokemon style too. Like 3 technically had that with white and blue, but blue was arguably just like blue and black were arguably just straight upgrades in every sense. So I hesitate to really call that a true like different versions like Pokemon. But 4 is when they started doing that.
Okay, in Japan, it was Battle Network 3 and then Battle Network 3 Black. Black was an enhanced port with bug fixes and a few additional characters. That's all it was. The Western version of it decided to make it into versions like Pokemon. And then, because of how well that performed, unfortunately, that's what made them do split versioning in 4, truly.
To be honest, I do kind of like that fact that they started doing split versions for like Battle Network and Star Force. I just feel like they definitely could have done it in a way better way.
I don't. The idea
You
of
prefer
split
just one
versioning-
true version?
Yes, if you're gonna do a split versioning, it unironically should be like Star Force 2, where both versions are built into the same game. Because otherwise it feels cheap, it feels like you're being robbed of something. It's...
So not Fire Emblem Fates and more Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Yes. It robs the consumer. It is antithetical to what you want a consumer to enjoy in a game. Like, consider this. If Battle Network 4 was one version, with all the scenarios from all the projects, right? And it was done in a much better way, where you had 12 different forms to choose from, and by the end of the game you're guaranteed to have 6 slots, right? people would have looked at the game in a lot better light because it would have felt like a roguelike, the first of its kind in that generation, first off. Second off, in the battle network formula, it would have actually worked.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
you could add randomized bosses, randomized chips, you know. Replay value would have been fantastic for it.
It actually would have turned into a roguelike, yeah, ironically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And you already had to play Battle Network 3 and 4 like 3 times. So having
Right.
roguelike elements would definitely have helped it.
Right. If both versions were one version, if you had to play it 3 times at the very least, you'd have at least experienced multiple times where the story is almost completely different, with no repeat scenarios.
Yeah, that makes sense. Would you want the same thing for like a game like Pokemon then?
Yeah, Pokemon shouldn't have been versioned ever since.
It's Inception.
Well, I think the whole point of the versions initially
no.
was just to give a incentive to play with friends who had the other version. Now, I'm sure
Yeah.
marketing saw that and said, "Oh, you could have the kids buy the game 2 times,
Nice.
3 times." Tell me
Once
more.
storage became a non-issue, versioning should have died then. So like in the DS era, where it was really easy to have higher storage, that was
Yeah.
when it should have been phased out.
Battle Network 5 is actually proof of this since they had 2 versions of the same game in 1 cartridge.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Sure.
be back in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Don't get lost. With the black and white and black and white 2, both of those never got a third version. They never got a, you know, red and blue / green got yellow, silver and gold got crystal, ruby and sapphire got emerald,
Mhm.
diamond and pearl got platinum. Black and white never got a third version. The missed opportunity there was it should have been black and white, and then whatever would have been black and white 2, it should have been marketed as the third version, right? But then when launch day pops up, it had been released that it was an entirely new story. That would have been perfect. The perfect transition from the double version to the single version.
Mhm.
And even though people would have been tricked on what the game actually was, nobody would have complained. I guarantee nobody would have complained. They would have been extremely hyped. It would have been a shadow drop. It would have been the perfect transition. But they didn't. And they kept the version all the
Alright,
way
sorry,
up
back.
until
Welcome back.
now, and it's ouch. Then they did the versions for DLC. That was the grossest thing I've seen in a long time.
What game are you talking about?
I had mentioned that the perfect transition point for Nintendo was in black and white, where if they had done black and white 2 as a single version, because black and white didn't get a third version release, like emerald or yellow, that it had been the perfect shadow drop, because they could have marketed it as a third game, but then when it actually released, revealed that it's actually a continuation, and nobody would have complained, even if they pre-ordered it. It'd have been the perfect point to go back to a single version. But they continued this double versioning trend and still do it. And what we got in the end of it was DLC that was also version exclusive, which is just gross.
Ugh.
You need to sleep.
Yeah.
Take care, Nendo. No worries.
Yeah, Black and White 2
Jeez.
like was the main Pokemon game I grew up with, but it would have been like you said, it would have been so much better if it was released as just one sequel game for both black and white, rather than like two separate versions. So
The story also falls perfectly in that gap because it's supposed to be like the fusion of them, anyways.
right. And it would have been so cool too, if, like, since I know there's like some linkage you can do with Black and White 1 with Black and White 2, and it would have been so cool if you got like some version exclusives that way in the sequel, where if you did like White 1, you get like White 2 stuff in like the dual cartridge, and vice versa, and you could potentially like dual link both with your friends, but they didn't. Like, they could have had their cake and eat it too. Like, still, like, making people buy, like, the different versions, but eventually, like, consolidating to, like, just one version.
Yeah. And they reused all the assets too. Like, it had been a much better way, and a lot of people would have been a lot more lenient on Nintendo if they went that route.
Right.
I'm gonna use a drawing tablet for this part.
Okie dokie.
I gotta draw some cracks in this pillar. Unfortunately, I can't do this on a mouse and keyboard.
Oh no.
You could say that again.
Oh no.
Say that again.
Oh no.
That's better.
Okay. Switching headphones. Give me a second.
I refuse.
Alright, I forgot. Sun and Ultra Moon. They literally did the same thing again.
Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon made me mad.
I stopped playing after
So
X
mad.
and Y.
I don't blame you.
I was a kid who wanted to play more Pokemon, but never really got any more games besides what I already had.
Understandable.
I
My parents didn't
I
let
had-
me play video games.
Rest in peace.
And my parents were always supportive of me playing video games. Like, me and my brothers.
My parents called me an addict. I didn't even play that much.
Sheesh. Yeah, I probably played way more than you.
I was allowed 30 minutes a week,
Oh!
Oof.
Ugh!
Rough.
That's disgusting!
and they still
Ugh.
call me an addict.
For 30 minutes? Oh, your parents suck. Ugh.
Yes, they do.
Imagine getting like only 30 minutes in like Animal Crossing or something.
Right? So you can't
And
do
remember,
anything
these
in 30 minutes.
They had load times. They probably counted that too.
Well,
They
this-
probably thought it. They probably thought the only games you played were like arcade style games.
Probably. I mean, they didn't really grow up with video games. This was. I mean, I had a Nintendo 64 back in those days, and like a GBA. I didn't have like anything CD based until the Wii in 2007 or 2006, I think.
I'm surprised you never tried to convince your parents to pick up a PS2 due to the fact I had a DVD player.
Oh, I had a PS2. They just confiscated it.
Just to play DVDs?
No. I had it back in, I must have been 4 or 5 at the time, so around the time it came out. And I had a Spider-Man game on there I really liked. But then, I think my dad thought I was playing too much video games, so he said that his friend Joe broke it. And that was the end of that.
Man, that sucks.
Yep.
No.
My life would have been a lot more depressing without video games.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was a gamer.
Is he actually?
Yeah.
Nice.
My parents didn't grow up with video games, I think, but my dad at least has played them, and my mom has also played some games too, like Zelda and Pikmin. That's why
Nice.
they're always so okay with my brothers and I playing video games.
That's awesome, man.
hmm For
Yeah.
for me, my mom was a Pac-Man, DDR, Tetris girl. And my dad was a SOCOM, Max Payne, Metal Gear Solid guy.
Ooh, sounds like a cool mom and dad. Especially
while,
the
yeah.
dad. Oh. Yeah, my parents aren't really gamers, but as long as we were doing well in school and whatnot, like they're okay with us pretty much doing anything for our hobby.
Mm-hmm.
I need some reference for these cracks. I'm not doing great.
Probably Z1 then, intro stage. They probably has
Oh,
plenty of
yeah.
anything like that.
Yeah, that sounds swell.
Also avoid curves for the most part.
True. Cracks aren't
Yeah,
usually
cracks
that
don't really
curvy.
curve. They're usually
can,
straight and
but
jagged.
you need to be selective with your curves.
Fair.
Rest in peace, Ian. That's my condolences.
I think my first
I mean-
first Pokemon game was Leaf Green, but the cartridge I had couldn't save. So every time I had to play it, I had to start a new file. For some reason, I always picked Charmander and got my ass kicked by Brock.
You know, that's the exact same thing, except I could actually save, and it was fire red for me. In fire red, like back then, I just grinded until I got Charmeleon to learn like Metal Claws, and that's how I always beat Brock.
Y'all underestimate the power of a Caterpie.
Yeah, if I were to play a Pokemon game now, I'd probably do so much better than I was when. Mostly because I would actually probably strategize and build my team.
Maybe. Do you enjoy roguelikes?
Yeah, I played a few.
Okay, there is a patch for Emerald, Rogue Emerald. Enjoy.
Huh?
It's
You know,
a good
actually, I think I have seen like a few like videos on it. Never watched them fully, but I might have to try to look at it then.
Mm-hmm. It might be best to go in blind.
Maybe. I didn't grow up with a Gen 3. Well, I grew up on Gen 3, Gen 1 remix, but not Gen 3 itself, surprisingly enough.
Well, you played Fire Red. Just imagine Emerald is Fire Red, but like 30% more water.
Okay, IGM.
That was never not be funny. It's just Holland being described as this, but more water.
10 out of 10, too much water.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's still a complaint they were actually trying to make. If like Gen 3 was like, did they try to make that complaint with Omega Red and Alpha Sapphire, or was that the review they actually did the complaint on?
No, I mean they should have. That'd have been funny. But they don't have a sense of humor.
I was gonna say, because the water is probably a lot easier to deal with in the remakes compared to like the original, right?
Yeah, it's faster and battles are, how do I put this? Not as aggressive as they used to be. Gen 6 is X and Y, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Why do I say RIP? I say RIP because they should have remade Platinum instead.
Yeah. Why didn't they? Oh man, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are so disappointing because I also grew up with Gen 4.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I'm so glad I didn't pick those ones up. In fact, I haven't picked up any new Pokemon games for the Switch, which is odd because, like, I just realized Legends Arceus is actually a single version. That's weird to think about.
Yep. And I'm hoping that they learn from their mistakes and stop making split versions like that.
Scarlet and Violet already released, John.
I know. Like, okay, hear me out. Every Pokemon game has starter Pokemon. There's 3 different ones. You have to pick one. It is a mandatory choice, and you cannot change your choice. Why isn't that what decides what Pokemon are available to you? What gyms are available to you? How the story changes for you?
Oh, that actually would be a pretty interesting way to do it.
It's already built into the game. Like, Nintendo just needs to get their act straight.
They're not gonna do it. Pokemon just sells too well. Like, even with all the issues Scarlet and Violet had, it somehow became the best-selling Pokemon.
Those numbers feel fake. I need proof of that. It can't be the best-selling Pokemon game.
What? Just
No.
like this? Just like Switch 2 didn't like outsell its pre-orders, despite the fact people were complaining about the price.
Switch 2 sells out the pre-orders just like they ran out of copies for Battle Network Collection on the Switch.
To be fair, I don't think it was Switch 2 itself that people were complaining about. It was mostly the price of the games. I'm not sure if Mario Kart, like the new Mario Kart, has been pre-ordered yet.
Oh no,
let me look it up.
There's a lot of people complaining about the Switch 2 itself.
I mean, that was very greedy. This console iteration.
Imagine like
Wow.
having the user manual be something you have to buy.
Exactly.
So gross. I forgot about that.
Just
That's another thing to add to my list.
The hubris on them to do something like that, and think it's acceptable.
And yeah, sorry, John, but posted and muted. But I found a screenshot. I made a screenshot of my Google search, and yeah, it sold like 26.79 million units. Scarlet and Violet, making it one of the best-selling Switch games of all time.
Okay, the
Yeah.
Switch. That makes sense. Thought you meant Pokemon games. I'm like, that does not sound right at all.
Yeah, but yeah, it became like one of the best-selling Switch games. But Pokemon sales. Though I wonder what's the highest like one to have ever sailed. Like,
Mario
I
Kart 8.
assume we're not counting trading card game because that easily eclipses everything else.
Trading card game on the Switch? What do you mean?
No, just trading cards in general.
Oh, well, why would that be included?
It's technically a game.
I mean, so is Monopoly.
Fair enough.
When you put it that way.
Hey, it seems like actually the original Red and Blue still seem to be like one of the best-selling Pokemon games, which is insane because it's like something that came out during like the 90s, I want to say.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, it goes Red, Blue, then including that other screenshot, Scarlet, Violet, then Gold, Silver, then Sword and Shield, then Diamond, Pearl, then X and Y, then Ruby and Sapphire. Wow, that sold pretty low. Then Sun and Moon, also so surprisingly low. And then Black and White. I do remember Black and White not selling as much compared to the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
Which is odd that they made a direct sequel for it.
Yeah, so the best-selling Switch game is Mario Kart 8.
Of course it is. Like, we've been stuck with
Seven-
that since day one.
Yeah, 68 million, and then behind that is Animal Crossing at 47. Then Smash Bros. Ultimate at 36, and Breath of the Wild at 32, Odyssey at 29, and then Scarlet and Violet, followed by Sword and Shield.
It does help that the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe just... Well, it has all the content for the original Wii U release plus DLC, making it have so much content for day one. And then... It's a racing game. Like, almost anyone can play it. Unlike, just like Smash Bros.
Wait, this... Why doesn't this have... Huh. Hold on.
What's up?
This list, I don't think, has... This list only has first-party games. No, it has Naruto in it. Hold on, where's Battle Network? Battle Network's not on this list. Why is Battle Network on this list? Hold on. Wow. That's weird. Battle
up?
Network is on the Wikipedia entry for the best-selling Switch games. They don't have Battle Network on here. They don't count it as a game.
What? Why?
I don't know.
Do they count Monopoly as a game?
Maybe.
Now the turntables.
Nice.
It's so strange. Why? Huh? Hold on.
Man, John's determined to find out how much Battle Network actually sold on the Switch.
It sold a lot because it was almost going to dethrone.
Are you talking about the collection?
Yeah.
I know it was like one of the like best-selling like Mega Man games, but was it really that high for Switch titles? Like there was no way it was in top 10.
It was doing unnaturally well. Hold on.
Let me try to look it up myself.
I'm looking at RC Corner and
Corner, yeah, Rockman Corner, it topped 1.6 million at least.
yeah.
And it holds the record of fastest selling game in the franchise too, surpassing 1 million in the first 2 weeks. Which is insane because like Mega Man 11 like only seemed to like achieve like 2 million, and that's the highest selling game in the franchise. Like, and that was like throughout 7 years too. But yeah, Mega Man just always sells really well for some reason.
I mean, you have to be kind of... I can't say that. Hold on. Mega Man requires a certain type of person.
It attracts a certain kind of audience. Yeah.
You have to first off like robots.
Or like robot-like designs for Battle Network and Star Force. Or just sci-fi in general. I feel like generally fantasy is a lot more popular compared to sci-fi.
It really depends. Because, like, you look at Star Trek, and Star Trek does wonders.
But have you ever seen like anything else besides Star Trek for sci-fi? Like
Star
nowadays?
Wars.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean like current in like the modern era. Like I can like there's like so many fantasy stuff out there. Like not even like
Black-
including isekais, but there's not really much sci-fi.
Black Mirror was pretty popular.
It kind of
Oh, right.
sucks now, though.
That's true. It does suck now. It was pretty popular. There we go. I don't know what has come out recently for sci-fi.
I'm a weeb, so it's kind of hard for me to answer that.
Yeah.
I mean, most of my sci-fi stuff is just thinking of like old sci-fi, like Battlestar Galactica, Star Trek, Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Does Japanese stuff count?
Well, I mean, there's Gundam,
There's Gundam.
but that's also
There's-
a pretty old series.
there's
that just has modern
Code
takes.
There's Ghost in the Shell. There's Psychopaths.
Again, all the old stuff. Not really that many. Not really that much modern.
How do you define old?
I'd say at least like, if it's like from the 2000s, then I'd say that it's not really qualified as modern. It has to be at least in like the 2010s.
Well, at least for Ghost in the Shell, they did have a TV show and some movies released in 2014. Psychopath also was from the 2010s, I believe. Also, if the 2000s is old, then I'm old.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, like, in terms of modern stuff, like I
Sure.
see a bunch of like fantasy media, but I don't really see
Well,
that
yes,
much
'cause-
sci-fi media.
Sure, because isekais are a dime a dozen these days.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. How do you classify Dune then? Because Dune was written a long time ago, but they're just now getting films.
Oh yeah, true, Dune. That is a good point about Dune. I'd
It
say
is sci-fi.
I'd say for Dune that yeah, Dune counts as modern because it's so like far removed from like the original like Dune movie that came out like so long ago. Like it's clearly like made with like modern like cinema and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd say Dune counts.
Mm. Okay.
But I'm also just meant like new media in general.
Well, I mean, dark matter exists, I guess.
Oh yeah, that one.
Looking that up.
That one was from Apple, I guess.
Yup.
No wonder why I never heard of it.
Yeah,
Does anyone even use Apple TV?
I mean the Severance show is pretty popular, but yeah.
Yeah. I do like Severance. That's another good one.
Is that one
Like-
kind of sci-fi?
Yeah, I think it counts as sci-fi. We're dealing with like digging into people's brains
Mm-hmm.
with technology. I think it counts.
There's also that one movie from the 2010s where Keanu's family dies and then he clones all of them.
I
That's
don't
terrifying.
remember that. Also, I can't
Um,
believe I forgot, but there's Cyberpunk. It has both an anime
oh, yeah.
and a video game.
There was a TV show on Netflix called Altered Carbon. That one came out I think 2015.
I remember Altered Carbon.
There was a movie that came out around the same time. What was it called? It was about a paraplegic who got his body back through an AI. Upgraded,
Oh,
I think.
yeah. But then, okay, that's
Don't
like with the
spoil it.
kid.
Don't spoil it.
Yeah. That was
That was a good movie.
okay. I just caught wind of that like last year.
I watched it
It was-
back in the day.
It was interesting.
Oh yeah,
I
great
did
ending.
not. It was. it deserved a longer runtime. I'll say that.
I think it's underrated.
What was it called?
I think it was called Upgrade or Upgraded.
One
And
of
it's
the two.
a movie?
It was a film, yes.
Yeah.
We'll look it up
Don't
as
look
well.
into it.
Romantic comedy.
No.
Upgraded, a 2018 cyberpunk action
Oh,
film.
2018. 2018 Cyberpunk. Yeah, because the film I found was a 2024. I get there.
Yeah. Don't don't read too much into the synopsis. You might get spoiled. Just go into it. It's a
Good
it's a
film.
good time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just don't really watch movies that much nowadays.
understandable.
Fair.
I'm stuck playing games like Vampire Survivors.
Oh, nice. I've heard of
Cool.
that game.
It's addicting once you start into it.
It is. I know, but you gotta pull yourself away from it.
At least I'm not losing money through it.
That's true. I mean, bless the creator for not being a POS.
Exactly. He could easily made so much money, but the game itself is cheap, and the DLC is shockingly cheap too, especially for stuff like Castlevania. He only sold that DLC for $5, despite having so much content in that DLC alone, and it being a third party from Konami. What? It's insane.
Well, Konami was, at this point, they're in the repair our image phase, so they're taking every chance they get, to be honest.
Hopefully they stay in that phase.
Yeah. Link, are you familiar with Metal Gear Solid?
Oh yeah, I am. I know it's stuck in pachinko hell for a while until MGS3 Delta became a reveal.
What do you think of Delta? I'm just curious.
I think it looks great from what I've seen so far. It's definitely a good move to use the MGS5 engine.
Well, it's Unreal Engine
I'm-
5, actually.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
I guess MGS5 controls then.
Yes.
I'm just worried that the controls it's gonna be like a Twin Snakes problem, where the controls just kind of break the game.
Yeah, that is a good question. I'm assuming that they're actually updated the AI and everything to help with that.
Yeah,
From my
hopefully
understanding, they did an interview where they were talking about the controls. There's two different versions of the game, and you cannot switch between them when you start the game. Whatever you select, you have to stay with. One of them is NGS5, one of them is NGS3, and both games are, or both versions are tweaked to that gameplay style. That's my understanding.
Oh,
Whether or not they're tweaked good, I don't know.
well, the concept itself actually sounds really cool and really smart too. Because some people think MGS3 is already perfect, even including the controls. So there's probably many people who just want to play it like that, and only just want the graphic updates. But also including a MGS5 mode, with the update controls, but most likely update AI and difficulty to compensate for that. That's just a really smart idea.
Them specifically saying that you can't change the mode once you start it has me believe that there might be even level changes to accommodate.
That too, yeah, because you can't. It's not like a classic or modern mode switch to say with Street Fighter 6 with the controls. It sounds like it's gonna be a full on gameplay level overhaul for those changes.
It might very well be, because I'm looking at it from the programmer side, and it's just a change of the controls and the camera. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to switch mid-game. Unless they're doing something extra.
Wait, is MGS3 style gonna have fixed camera like the OG release? Because I know future releases had free style cam too.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's gonna be a mix between the first one and the release after Substance. subsistence.
Sustenance.
subsistence?
I don't know.
Subsistence.
Okay, yeah. It's supposed to be a blend between those two, from my understanding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Regardless of all the drama involving Konami, how they treated their MGS5 team and all that stuff, I do think the development team that is working on Delta are putting a lot of love into it. And actually, it's not just a cash grab, they're putting in a lot of effort into this remake. So
Right.
I respect that. And the ironic thing I will say is that Konami now is treating the English Metal Gear Solid staff or voice acting cast a hell of a lot better than Kojima ever did.
Yeah. Like, they actually brought back David Hayter, like, even if it's just reused lines.
Yeah, I mean, they had... Well, he's actually mocapping stuff, apparently.
He is?
They might be teasing, like, a new game or something. It's not really clear, but he showed on his Twitter he had the mocap dots, and he said he was, like, recording lines, I think. Now, yeah, not only did they, like, bring back Hayter for the marketing, they brought back, like, everybody. Like, they had interviews with the voice actress of the boss and Eva.
I know,
they
like,
had
that was a pretty
panels.
big reveal, too.
Oh, yeah, because...
Yeah, because she used, like, a pen name originally, the boss.
Well, it wasn't the boss, it was Eva.
Oh,
Eva's
Eva,
actor.
my bad.
The boss, she's well known. She did the voice for Pearl and SpongeBob.
Which is insane to think about.
Right. But it has that same kind of range, or you can kind of tell. But yeah, it's like I didn't even know the whole Eva thing was a mystery until they mentioned it in that whole thing.
Same.
I never really thought about who the voice was, but it makes sense. Like, I think she was doing family-friendly stuff at the time. MGS was an M-rated game. She didn't want her name on it, so she used a pseudonym.
Yeah.
Huh.
It makes sense.
Would that even really be an issue nowadays?
Nowadays, no. Back then, it would absolutely be an issue.
Weird.
Yeah.
Because I doubt kids would even really notice, like, a voice actor's name. I
It's not about
certainly
the
did.
kids. It's about the adults and the shareholders and stuff like that. They were a lot stricter on what you could air on TV, quote unquote, and by extension, video games, to the point where people that pushed the boundaries were omitted from other projects they would have otherwise been accepted for. Very commonly.
But yeah, I'm cautiously hyped for Delta, at least.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's gonna look good and hopefully it'll turn out well, but it's also Konami, so you never know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you gotta take it with a grain of salt. Also, just real quick, before you go, Johnny, they did a new rendition of What a Thrill.
Oh yeah.
It sounds great, in my opinion.
The singer came back and she sounds as fantastic as she did the first time.
What for Snake Eater?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I gotta look that up.
Oh yeah.
Did they release the music video?
Yeah, I disagree with the video that they chose. Like, it's supposed to be playing at the beginning of the game, but if you watch it, you'll see it has like a ton of spoilers for people who've never played the game. So, great for fans, poor for anybody who's a new fan.
Oh yeah, they released like the official opening movie like 10 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just a
understand what
remake
they-
of like the original opening?
Completely redone, including the voice. She came back and she redid her lines beautifully.
Wow. Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Mm-hmm.
I love MGS3 intro. Easily like one of the best intros in gaming.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is new.
My hope is that mocapping is for remaking Metal Gear.
Yeah, I know everyone, including me, hopes they remake Metal Gear 1 and 2 before MGS 1.
They need to pick the hard choice and not the easy choices.
Right. Like, MGS 3 was their easy choice. Now we gotta see them actually commit.
I don't know if they're actually gonna do it though, to be honest.
Yeah.
I hope they do. That's the only way they're gonna get me back.
Oh, yeah. Like, the videos they, like, pick are definitely filled with a lot more spoilers. Like, huh, did they even show the entire Cobra unit in the original opening?
I don't remember them. I remember they show the jump off the sewer. I remember they show like part of the climb, the vulture area. I remember they show the end and a few ocelot scenes. They show the field, but I don't think they show boss.
I know they showed Vulcan with electricity.
It was a lot more ambiguous, I remember it being.
Right. Although it is a really well done opening. Like,
It
remake.
is. It's definitely like.
Oh yeah, yeah. I recognize that Vulcan clip now. Huh. It'd be nice if they had like a spoiler and non-spoiler version. Like non-spoiler when you first boot up, and then spoiler once you beat the game.
That would make sense, yeah. It the very ending clip you'll see just completely is. They shouldn't have put that in there.
Rip.
Yeah.
It is out of context if you're a new viewer.
Yeah, but like, you'll see. It's very clear what the intention is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you mean like with the clouds? Or fog?
The arena, Snake, the whole situation.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Still, yeah, I am cautiously hyped for the game.
Understandable.
Not sure if I'll pick it up day one. My laptop should be able to handle it. Oh, it seems like they also have released like more gameplay footage for it.
Yeah, I would say just wait till like the reviews come out and see if it's like a Bethesda game or a Kojima game.
Right.
and also make sure to get reviews from people who didn't receive review copies.
That too.
Yeah.
They will always be biased.
Not necessarily, but it's hard to tell.
I think these tiles are turning out nicely. This pillar looks decent enough.
Is there a man in it?
Is there... Wow. I just realized what you said.
Well, what was the joke?
Pillar man? Is there a... There's a pillar, is there a man in it?
Yeah, of course it's the JoJo.
Why I call him That's why I call him Jonathan. He's a Joestar. You're a Joestar.
But Johnny Joestar is also a Joestar.
Yeah? Should I start calling you Johnny Joestar?
I'd feel better.
Why not just call him JoJo?
No. No. That's
Why?
that's too simple.
I know too many JoJos.
Do you actually?
No.
Yes.
Nice.
I actually did know JoJo at work once too, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
Was it the JoJo reference?
I'm not sure if she even knew about JoJo.
Was it her God-given name?
It wasn't her real name, I want to say. It was just like an abbreviation of her name.
I see.
Like the actual JoJo's.
Ah, fair enough.
Although it might have been a real name, I'm not sure.
Hmm. I will be right back. I need to switch my laundry.
Take care, Ian. Thanks for watching.
Yeah.
Peace, man.
Peace.
Stay safe. Don't get lost.
Okay, so that's how you can break apart those with X, just a mid
Yeah.
charge.
I wanted to have the feature from ZX. I thought it was like a super cool thing they did, but I didn't want X to be unfairly impacted by it because and then ZX you can't use a charge shot to split these, and the expectation is once you get model ZX, this thing is open to you. But with this game, it's like if you're playing as X, you still want to have that option. So I just figured just do charge shots.
Does it also work with Zero with his Buster?
Yes, I believe so.
Alright, it'd just be a good idea to remain concerned. Because if they try it with Zero, then they'll most likely assume that they can't do the same with X. Unless if you just spell it out for them.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Now, if only you would drop one. Damn
Just go
RNG
to a
gods.
room with them.
Oh, okay. I like how the charge shot that killed him also split it. Nice.
Oh, is that what happened?
Yeah. Which is
Alright, well,
technically a bug, but I guess it's a feature.
Well, I guess that shows that it worked at least.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, you might want to patch that in
I
case
might.
in case the player needs a big, large health drop, but didn't realize they already split it before it's too late.
Yeah, I think that is totally fair.
Just make it so that it can't be split when it does its first bounce.
Yeah, either that or just once it's on the floor, I think it's fair game.
Right.
Yeah.
The player would have enough time to react.
Exactly. Yeah. Give it some iframes or something.
Well, you still want to make sure you can pick it up during that time too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Sculpin also updated the this Utopia on here.
Did he? I thought it was already updated.
He
Oh,
was
oh, it's
working on a
accessible.
design for it. He did not finish the sprites. He just very recently did and kind of touch up the old ones as well.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think it is slightly better compared to what I remember. Because it was just keyframes before, right?
Kind of, yeah. There were some animations, but it was unfinished at the time.
Right. still, it looks super good now.
Oh yeah, he did good on this.
Is there a reason why you went with green and brown for the palette?
I don't remember what the inspiration was for the Utopians for that. I know we wanted to. Okay, so Mega Man Zero. They had the grunts of those games were the Pantheons, and those were predominantly blue, at least as a neutral color. There were variants in Zero 4, those were purple. The Galleons in ZX and Advent were also purple. We wanted to have our own enemy type in this game to separate from those. So that's where the idea of the Utopians came from. And from that, it was like, okay, how can we make this thing look unique? And I think part of the color choices was just doing something different from what was done before.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense. I'm just trying to think of it, how it would look like in terms of like Repliforce colors. Like, what would you consider Repliforce colors?
That's a good question.
Like, I want to say at least yellow, red, and blue. Those are like the main colors.
Yeah, let me.
At least on their logo.
I was about to look at that. Because, like, as far as their people go, it's not like they have a common uniform with common colors. Unless we want to count, I mean, maybe it is in, like, some of the X4 FMVs. I'd have to look back. But usually when they have characters on screen, it's pretty, distant. Although, in fairness, I think General's a similar yellow, right?
Yeah, General is a gold yellow, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe there's an argument for that.
Yeah. Although he didn't really have green on that.
Yeah, the green was more just cool visor colors, I would say.
Right. Colonel is more black with like red and white accents with a little bit of gold. He isn't really associated with green, assuming you don't factor in his Battle Network design, which has a music green blade.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
What?
The Repliforce doing the Nazi salute.
Oh, you're right. Oh.
I honestly, I never saw it as that.
Yeah.
It's
they cut it out of
pretty
the
darn
question.
similar, man.
Yeah. Close.
Yeah.
I mean, the Colonel does have some striking similarities to a certain
No.
character.
No.
Oh, the hat, the color scheme. Well, you're right.
No. He was just. He thought it looked cool on, man.
Yeah.
To be honest, Colonel did honestly give me more Vader vibes than Nazi vibes, but
Yeah, I mean.
then again, the Empire was kind of inspired by Nazis, so don't know what I'm trying to say there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean. I don't think he was a particularly like evil character. He didn't talk about. He had a more wholesome thoughts about humans than Weil ever did.
True.
Although he also has the same color scheme as well, now that I think about it. Like, other than, like, the orange, just, like, black, red, and white.
Where did I put the logo? Was it here?
Curious.
Oh, is that your version of the Repliforce logo?
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, what would this look like if it was yellow? Because we made this kind of reddish brown color just because in this scene it kind of it contrasts well against what is a lot of green and blues, and purples. Oh, I forgot. I have a lot of layers in this Photoshop file, and I forgot where the Repliforce logo was.
Also, the Repliforce logo, like the R at least, was mainly blue, and the triangle was red. Kind of like Mega Man X logo now that I think about it. It was the star itself that was bright yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it kind of gives me Gundam vibes now that I think about it.
I
Yep.
can see that. I can see that.
I'm a Gundam fan.
Ironically, Ippo used a lot of Gundam sound effects in the Zero games. There was a vinyl for Gundam that released back in I think 1982 or 1984 that had the sound effects from the Gundam movies and TV show and all that, the anime. And Ippo had that vinyl, and I have that vinyl as well. And
Huh.
when Ragnarok is blasting Neo Arcadia, it's using Gundam sound effects, or actually technically it was Hansa World Gallant, I think. But yeah, they use a bunch of stuff. He uses a bunch of stuff from that.
Huh, never would have thought.
Yeah. Where the... Oh, okay, it's here.
So what you're saying is that eventually we'll be put into a Gundam in this game too, right? To complete the circle?
Oh, totally. I mean, I always thought that when Serpent transformed to his second form, he looked like a bloody transformer.
Would Mega Man Mech be Gundam or super robots, you think? Like, would it be grounded mecha, or would it be like, I'm gonna transform into like an animal mecha?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think the color here is fine.
I guess it also depends on the era too.
I think the X series was where they really started to, like, play with animals.
Yeah, you're right.
There's probably a joke in there about Dr. Kane's interests.
Yeah.
So I don't mean to question your methods, but why are most of the Reploids you make furries? Don't question it. It's part of the design, okay?
Part of my grand design. Don't question your
It's a
god.
human. People will get confused. I made them animals for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason why most of the Mavericks tend to be animals? Hey, man, that's racist. Don't judge Mavericks like that. Yeah, why are most of the Mavericks animals anyways?
I think.
Like, is there an in-lore explanation for that?
I'm not sure about in lore. I think from Capcom's perspective, I think they just want something that looks interesting, and they already separate from the Robot Masters.
Right,
That were
because
more
Robot
humanoid.
Masters are all humanoid.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm. One of the benefits of having creature-based bosses is that you can immediately dehumanize them.
Right.
Oh yeah, like when Alia put down Blizzard Wolfang.
It was Halia who did that?
Yes, it's official lore. She executed Blizzard Wolfang, and then I think Gate resurrected him. Now, how did
Okay,
she
yeah.
put it down? I'm very curious.
With a Glock.
I was like thinking of like just an old Yeller analogy, but that works too.
I mean, XA does show she's willing to just pack some heat if she has to.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Nothing
I
personal.
may be a
Wolfang.
navigator, but
Nothing personal, kid. Yeah, it's a curious thing.
it's kind of a shame we never got like Battle Network-esque designs for the X series.
It's funny because it kind of went the other way around, didn't it? Because you got
They
Kernel.exe and Zero.exe and all that.
Yeah, it is weird how like Colonel Zero and I guess Iris, if we count her, are the only real X series characters that got Battle Network designs.
Hmm.
They were working on it. But, yeah.
Yeah. The way I see like the Zero series Reploids as well, like the Mavericks, they took the whole animal thing from the X series and just started adding in, what's the word? basing them off of
Religious
myths and lore. Yeah, folklore.
Which is honestly a really cool direction.
Absolutely.
Even if some like the zero names can be like, what the heck kind of name is that?
Oh, absolutely. I still don't remember the elephant's name.
Mahan. Something like that.
Classic series of studies you remember is like Splash Woman, Flash Man, Pharaoh Man. X series is a little harder to remember, but it's generally just adjective plus animal name like Storm Eagle, Storm Owl, Magma Dragoon. And then Zero Suits, like, oh, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah, they went a little too far in the Zero series, in my opinion. I mean, there's some I can remember, like Phoenix Magnian or
Necroman.
Anubis Necromancis or
Fenrir the Blood. Wait, no, Blood Edge is Ragnar. Fenrir.
Fenrir the Blood Edge.
I said Fenrir.
Yeah.
Okay, that was imagining Fenrir, but with that giant Ragnar sword and just saying edgy lines.
Yeah. Fenrir Luna Edge, yes.
Fenrir Luna Edge, Aztec Falcon is a really easy one to remember.
Ragna.
Foxtrot something. Like, something Foxtrot.
I think it'd be Foxtar, but yes, Foxtrot is a military term.
Mhm.
Yeah, Cubit Foxtrot. Like,
There
what
you
does
go.
Cubit even mean?
I have no idea.
It's supposed to be a reference to the nine-tailed fox.
But why Cubit? Like, that's just like a measurement from what I Google.
There should be some sort of reason.
Imagine you only get one adjective and you're just stuck with Cubit.
I wonder if any.
Okay.
I wonder if any of these Mavericks got bullied in school over their names.
Yeah.
No wonder they went Maverick.
That's
like, imagine being called like Inches Giraffe.
Hmm.
Okay, so that's a translation issue. The original name was Q Beetle. Like QB? Like QB the fox?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes
mhm.
a little more sense.
It's a pun that didn't really go through.
Oh yeah, I see. Like Cutie Fox, which is
No. QB. Not cutie.
It's
a
also
QB.
like yeah, Foxtrot is also a woman. No, not a woman, a dude, which you would not have expected that from the first glance.
Actually, that is a girl.
Is it according to the wiki, it says it's a dude.
I think there was something in the lore about a gender swap, but don't call me on that.
Mhm.
It happens sometimes with these translations for some reason.
So, the wiki does explicitly refer to him as a he. However, the drama track specifically refers to him as a he, with Weil promising to fix that. So in the Zero games, it should be a she.
Oh, okay. Wow, our first trans Reploid, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Now I kind of feel bad about putting her down. A little.
I mean, not sure. I mean, she was trying to kill you. I think it's self-defense.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Why is it so difficult for like? They're robots. Can't they just upload themselves into like a different body? They did it with Zero.
Yeah, well, usually when they talk about that stuff in the lore, it's usually something to the extent of, you know, with X and Zero, if they die, it's like we don't fully understand how their bodies work, so they can't necessarily build a new body.
Yeah, but generally, like Reploid design is well known. I'm assuming by Zero series. It's just X and Zero that are complete mysteries due to their creators being long dead and most likely their information being kept top secret.
Mm-hmm.
It's complicated because if you consider the refights as the actual souls, where did they go after the refight? Because they never show up again.
Well, Aztec Falcon became Harpuya's mount, and then a merry-go-round in ZX.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone
Train.
else?
Wait,
Sorry?
Train.
wait, he's a merry-go-round in CX?
In Area H, yes. In my recollection, he's at like a merry-go-round type thing.
What a terrible demotions. Like, first he's the janitor, then he's like a mount, and then he becomes like 100 years, 200 years later, just like a merry-go.
Yeah,
His
so the,
life must suck.
the funny thing I always think about is like, so he shows up in Zero 2 when Harpuya rescues Zero from the desert. And then he's never seen again. He's not in Zero 3, he's not in Zero 4. We never see him die. So hypothetically, after the events in Zero 4, he's still alive. It's like, what did you do with your life, man?
I became a merry-go-round of my dream.
He really needed the money, so he licensed his likeness, Serpent. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Did why did they do that for like Z2 anyway with Aztec? And like, I want to say, like my first thought would be that it was just a placeholder that was never replaced, but they have concept art of that, which is like, did they just like run out of time to do anything with it?
I mean, they made like actual sprites for Aztec Falcon for when he's the mount, so I think it was just someone on the team thought this would be a cool detail that Harpuya uses him as a mount or something like that, but
Just forgot. After.
yeah, they
Yeah.
forgot.
In an alternate universe, Aztec Falcon would have became the main rival to Zero.
His boss fight was incredibly annoying.
It's just so tight.
It's funny how like
And the time
arguably the
limit.
hardest. It's funny how arguably the hardest boss in C1 is also the boss.
So funny thing, a while ago, I was like reverse engineering 01 to better understand how the game works, and the internal mission order in the files is completely different from the mission order in the game. And if that mission order was legitimately how they originally planned it, and there is some evidence for it, Aztec Falcon was not supposed to be the first boss. Elephant was. Aztec Falcon was later. So if you play 01, you're gonna notice that when you pick a mission, it just kind of fades out and then teleports you to some random part of an area. It's not always like the beginning of an area. So for example, the mission where they send like that bulldozer type mechanoid to destroy the resistance base, and you have to kind of destroy it from behind before it gets there. If you pick that mission, it just drops you in the bottom of like Aztec Falcon's the pit. How did you get there? Why are you going there and then making your way back to the resistance base you were just talking to CL with 5 seconds ago? Same thing with Phantom. Like the mission where you gotta defuse the bombs. They just drop you in the just the middle of that facility. It doesn't make sense. But if you look at the mission list in the game, basically every mission you complete, the next one takes place immediately where you physically left off. So I think they originally envisioned 01 to be a game where you don't teleport to missions, you don't pick your missions. Zero is going on foot from place to place with new tasks coming to him rather than him selecting them. You would have beat an Aztec Falcon, get the Thunder Chip at the bottom of the pit, and then the resistance base would be under attack from the bulldozer, so you have to go back up and go back towards the base, fighting that bulldozer.
So like a true Metrovania in a sense.
Yes, I think that was their intent, and then at the last minute they had to walk back on it, which is you can kind of tell because it's you don't unlike the other games you don't actually like teleport through a teleporter. It's just a fade out and then suddenly you're there. They have to kind of like cobble it together.
That and the fact that you can just quit the missions. Like you don't even have to complete them.
Yeah.
You can just start a mission and immediately quit, and you can just beat the entire game.
Not only can you do that, you can physically walk from one side of the overworld to the other side. It is truly open world. But they don't change the music when you do. So it's a feature they implemented but never got around to polishing. You know, and there's no reason for it in the final game. But I think it would have been super cool to see a game like that, and I think they tried to do the same thing in ZX to a lesser extent, but the map was super confusing, so then Advent, they walked back on it again and just did traditional stuff.
Well, Advent has some exploration, like where B's area is, and then you follow through, go back to the Hunter base, undo it to get to the sewers. That was nice. It's one of the few
Advent
places
overall
where-
was just a lot more linear.
Yeah. Okay, now that I think about it, Jack, you know what should be done?
But
A Z1 patch that specifically puts the boss order in the way that they were intended on, as well as the events.
that would be super, super cool, actually.
How hard would it be to put that together?
Not... Well, I have to find all the pieces of code that teleport you around and then just make changes. And I haven't looked too deeply into that. It's something that it's doable. I just need to find the time to sit down and do the reverse engineering.
Would be really cool.
Another weird oddity about their mission system, the intro stage where you get awakened, that has a mission entry that you can just talk to CL and pick up the mission, and the mission name is called Rescue CL, which is like it makes no sense.
It might have just been a debug thing when they were testing out the mission
It
structure,
might have
maybe.
been, but then somehow for some reason they translated it to English.
They most likely didn't even realize what it was meant for at the time, too.
You might be right on that, yeah.
Possibly.
Like,
It
it
is-
started out as a debug thing when they decided to switch over to a mission structure, and then English, like, just translate just because it was there. Like, that tends to happen a lot for English translation.
That's fair, yeah.
Like, hey, do we even need to translate it? Does it matter? Just translate it anyways. You'll get paid more that way.
Yeah. Another interesting thing, they had a cut move for the Phantom boss fight in 0-1. This is something Johnny actually found. Found the sprite, I found the code. I'm gonna pull this up.
Was it ever reused for his refight in Z3?
It wasn't,
Sadly,
but they...
no.
Well, no, they did... The sprites are left in Z3 just as a leftover, but the code was stripped out, which is curious. So they have this little bit of animation where he's throwing this projectile, which I believe doesn't get used.
And
Is
to be
that
clear,
Shuriken?
It looks
Yes.
like it, yes. Yes.
Huh.
the image on top is the one that was in the game. The images below it are me separating the two layers from each other.
Oh, did you?
Manually.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
And there is, in fact, yeah, if you actually try to do it in game, like force him to do the move, there's just an animation and nothing comes out. Like,
Most likely because they didn't code in the projectile.
exactly. They didn't get very far with this, but if I recall right, also this move, it's after, like, the order of moves in his code, it's after his self-destruct move. So it was like a late game addition that they never finished. I think they just ran out of time. They thought somebody made this really cool shuriken and thought, you know, it was like, gee, this looks cool. Let's put this in last minute, and then they just ran out of time. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Z1 is probably full of jank like that.
Yeah, there's a lot. Believe it or not, there's a lot of unused content in the 4.0 games. Some of it's just better hidden than others. Johnny found some stuff. Sparkster found some stuff. Funnily enough,
Would you say Z1 has the most content, or is it a different Zero game?
0.3 I think is the
depends.
one with the most random stuff.
Oh, that's surprising. With how complete it feels, at least.
Like, and yeah, I mean, I
It's-
could,
There's hidden stuff across all of them. Like, it really depends on what you're
Yeah.
looking for.
oh yeah, and also even with ZX, like there was some unused stuff with Jiro and his boss fight that Johnny found. Like, I think they changed the idea of the boss fight midway through development because the early sprites, I think originally there wasn't even supposed to be a boss fight, if I recall right. It was because there's, how did I explain this? You know what, let
There's
me
a
just-
certain order
Mhm.
for characters that they're clearly made for a playable version that aren't used at all.
Yeah, so yeah, but the order of the animations basically gives an idea for the order they were put in the game, and at the top you have a bunch of animations for Jiro/Model Z that don't get used. It's the same animations that were used, it's just like variations on them basically. There's also like a wall slide animation for Jiro that doesn't get used as well. It's which, if you actually look at the fight in ZX, he's hanging on thin air. So the theory is that originally the fight took place somewhere else, where there were walls, which is kind of supported because if you look at Area D, where the arena is, I'm gonna pull it up.
Storm Shadow was asking, was Jiro was actually playable?
We can't confirm it, but it seems like it's possible that was the original intent.
Yeah, I
I mean,
think
does he? Sorry, go
they
ahead.
never finished. If it wasn't their intent, they never finished. That's the thing. They never made the full sprite sheet. At least
Yeah.
we don't have it.
Yeah, because I'm assuming he's missing stuff like walk animations, dash, stuff that wouldn't have been used for his boss fight.
Exactly. Like, there's stuff there that wasn't used for the boss fight that would be used for a playable character, but there's not everything. But kind of what I'm getting at, if you look at his arena and look at this like little bit of floor you're on, it's a completely different art style from the rest of Area D. It looks pretty unpolished compared to everything else. And our thought is that this was added in last minute because they knew where his fight was, or where the confrontation with Serpent happened at the very least. So,
Our evidence of that is also the cutscene that was used for the sequence.
Were you still intended to fight Jiro this early in the game?
Don't know.
trying to find his sheet. Hold on.
Yeah, because I can't really imagine finding Jiro like way later in the game. Like, it seems like they were pretty intent on giving you Model ZX as soon as possible.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean that part makes sense. But I think originally it wasn't a fight. I think the fight was a later idea where they wanted to like echo X5 basically. I think initially he was gonna die in a cutscene. I mean, the whole thing with Serpent would have been in a cutscene.
Which would have been super lame. I'm so glad they made it into.
Oh
even if
yeah,
it was kinda lame.
I love his boss fight because he just has so much energy to everything he does. It's just really well animated. Okay, I found the sheets. Basically, this top bit here, a lot of this stuff doesn't get used because at the bottom you see the same animations again, but with little variations on them. And for some reason, there's this gap here where they're almost separating it against the other stuff. But you can see that if you can imagine that basically the order that things are in here is the order that developers added it to, like their project. Let's look at what's here. You got his idol and some kind of just loop here. You got him upright, which is something you'd expect for like talking to him in Area B. Granted, you don't see the jump slash here. That might have been added later. And you got... Oops, didn't mean to do that. And then you just got him collapsing and to the ground. Yeah, there's no I'm being possessed. There's no fight stuff. The first things they put in were just non-combat actions. So the theory is that initially there just wasn't a fight. It was just cutscene stuff. Later, you do got the dash, the combat stuff. A lot of it's used, but there is some wall slide stuff that doesn't, to my recollection. Johnny would, I think. Oh,
Right there. You passed it.
I did?
It's right. Yeah, it's right next to his stab.
Right next to the...
It's so annoying that Joe has more stuff with his saber compared to what you actually get in ZX.
Mm-hmm. Would have been really cool to like get a just Model Z on its own in one of these games.
Mm-hmm.
I think Model A as the bonus in Advent was pretty dumb.
Yep.
Model H.
I just wish, like, at least in ZX1, that the models actually got like X skills, like they later did for ZXA.
Mm-hmm.
Just like expansions to like your abilities. Like you don't even necessarily have to earn for boss fights. It could have just been something like you actually paid for and whatnot to like upgrade.
Yeah.
To incentivize using money besides like repairing biometals in case you damage them.
Mm-hmm. So, as far as the whole ordering thing as well, one thing I also mentioned, if you look here, his Mega merging back to human thing is right at the bottom, right next to the whole I'm possessed animations and just getting scanned for Model Z's data and all that. So the whole Area B, him attacking the like that mid boss, it was like a aircraft, and then continued human form. That was a later addition, I think.
Man, imagine if we got to like see the guy who has Model Z, like the biometal of like one of like the greatest like Reploid heroes in the universe, and he just dies like a chump in a cutscene.
Yeah, and you can see there's a duplicate of his whole collapse animation here compared to the top. So, although it might be a little different, because I think, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, because actually, interesting thing, because yeah, they basically combined it into like, yeah, this was another thing I discussed with Johnny. So you can see that the one down here, all stages of him falling are in one animation, which means they want it all happen in one go. The one at top has him go on his knees, and then another one from his knees to big fully collapsed. So our thought was that means that originally they intended him to get on his knees, he's weak, and then maybe he's just a dialogue, and then he collapses. I need to double check how it is in the game because my memory's a bit fuzzy, but
it's almost immediate. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at any of the other Mega Man for ZXA or any of the collapsing sprites for the playable characters in ZX as well, they all have that double, just like the first part of Gyro, where they're split.
Another, oops, sorry. Bumped into my mic. Another thing I noticed actually just now, while I was looking for his sheet, if you look at the human sheet, there's also a few curious things. Because if you look here, his Cyber Elf sprites from the ending of the game are kind of midway through the sheet. And then you have some other stuff for
Intro?
the intro, which kind of seems to suggest some polish to the intro was done after the ending was already implemented. Trying to remember where these were used. That's the only thing. I'm not sure
I
if
know
all
the
of these are
crouch
used. Sorry?
I know the crouch was used too for when he was hiding behind the motorcycle.
Mm-hmm.
The enemy started shooting.
Right.
Not sure about the west.
Actually the same. Yeah, so it's interesting because the crouch is also up here, but the difference with the bottom one is he's turning his head. So I'm guessing the head turn was a later addition to that cutscene. Just adds some more polish. I don't know about this like idle and walking animation. I also don't know what's going on with these two frames because they look identical to me. I'm not sure if there's any difference here. I'd have to like compare them, but other than
I
that,
think-
there's one with him with some kind of facial expression. I'm not sure where that was used, but
I think he walks in the final.
yeah. Also take a look at it because it's an idle combined with just one walk cycle. So
Yeah.
what were they doing here? Because yes, he probably walks in the final. In fact, his walk animation is one of the first things here. There's also a run animation, which that might have been used when he was chasing after Vent right before Area D. I'd have to look back, but yeah, it's sometimes if you just look at the order of the sprites, it tells a story in terms of how things are developed. It's I find it interesting. But yeah, all in all, there's a lot of just little bits of unused content in these games. You just have to know what to look for because it tends to hide in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that Sparkster found, if I can find it, is there's a variation on Zero's walk animation 03 where his hair's flowing.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna find
that one's funny.
Yeah.
I think I know where it's supposed to be used too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there was a blizzard in like Z3 intro, right?
Yes, but there wasn't really wind in it. It could have been used there, but if it was, the weather would have been different.
If you look at the way CL is clutching her coat and trudging along, and you look at the way like the background clears up, I think it would have been a blizzard.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that was their intention, but
So many sprites of Zero.
He is the main character.
Yes, he is.
He's Keiichi and Infinity's baby.
Yeah. Did I miss it? It's like 50 idle sprites. Just duplicated.
Why are there so many idle sprites?
They use it as a way of like doing placeholders. They would just have multiple like animation numbers route to the same sprite. They try to organize things in terms of like categories, but sometimes they just place things in random places. Shoot, Buster, Saber, slash Saber. crouching, falling, door. Omega. Okay, might be somewhere else because it's not with like. I think it's with Zero's main sprites.
Yeah, Ultimate Form Color is close to Omega. It's
Yes, I'm probably just missing it. It's a bit of a needle in a
yeah.
haystack issue.
Uh-huh. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, well, bottom line, there was a variation on his walk where his hair was flowing, and we were speculating on where that gets used. Sculpin also did find something interesting as well. This one's going to be a bit difficult for me to find because it's just a random set piece, but I will look. But while I look for it, I'll just describe what it is. So, in 04, you rescue Niche from prison. And when you get to Niche, she's just kind of standing. She's already out. Okay, I think it was this. Basically, originally they wanted her to be in the little prison cell, and you would have freed her. So, through some action of the player, you would have opened the cell, she would have come out. Assuming this is the right sprite. I need to double check. In a minute. I think this actually might not be it, because it was purple. I will double check. Oh no, this is the right one. Yeah, okay, yeah. So, in 04, you get to the end of this little prison area, and Niche is just already out. You kind of see that for them, they have a little control panel. It's already kind of destroyed. But the sprite for the door here, it has open and closing state. So I think initially they wanted you to destroy the panel and she would have come out. But instead, they just made it so that she's already out. So that's one curious thing they did. Another thing of note, there is one sprite in the game that's next to all like the weapon Zero could get with the Z-Knuckle that does not match the art style of the Zero games whatsoever. It looks very weird, very out of place. It's not even sci-fi. I can find it.
He's finding it. He's finding it, Storm. Give him a second.
Yep, there's a lot of sprites and they just have numbers. They don't have labels.
So annoying that they don't label their stuff.
Internally they have names for this stuff, but it doesn't get like saved in the data. Basically, it gets converted just. Well, the compiler takes the names, turns them into just numbers, basically. It's a situation, which is common for games of this era because names take up more actual strings.
Be right back.
Okay. Ironically, I found the walking sprite in 04, not 03.
Nice.
Probably just because leftovers, but while I do that.
Strange how they doubled them up, even though they don't need them doubled up.
Are they duplicates?
Yep. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Never mind. They're not.
Yeah.
I'm tripping. The hair's at one speed. The walk is at another speed.
That that might imply it's like pretty strong. Gust of wind, I guess.
Hmm. That and the walk cycle's pretty slow to begin with.
The colors are all Omega because that's just the palette I chose to use when I ripped these. It doesn't mean that these were intended for Omega, just to be clear.
Is it the sprite you're talking about?
This is one of them, yeah. This is the whole walking with the hair flowing thing. This is something that Sparkster found.
So majestic.
Yeah. The theory is that this was supposed to be for the end of the game because he does a little walk there. Maybe they want his hair to blow, but maybe just it didn't look good. Because there's no real transition from idle with the hair down to it being up here. So it would have been a bit of a jump.
I don't see why they couldn't just make a few more frames for the transition then.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
they already
So-
made the frames for that.
that is the
They wouldn't
hope.
need to. Jack,
Mhm.
you remember the teleportation sprite?
Yes,
He's standing straight up and the hair starts billowing. So
you're right. Yeah.
yeah, it just needs to start from there and then he can start walking.
Mm. This is the other sprite I wanted to show. This is in 04. This is next to like a lot of the weapons Zero can pick up from enemies. This stuff. You can see the art style is nothing like the Zero games. This doesn't even. It looks like something out of Fire Emblem.
Yeah, I was joking in my head like, oh, maybe it's a fantasy sword item that Jack was talking about. I didn't actually expect that to be the case.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is something that was taken from another project of theirs. Because 04, they got help for the art for that game from the same developers that made Harvest Moon, if I recall right. My theory is that this was a placeholder that they pulled from stuff they already had. I'm curious if there was a release game that has this sprite. I don't know, but maybe it's in Harvest Moon.
I would say it would be a placeholder if this was like the first game, but by Z4, they should have had like a ton of assets to test the Z knuckle with.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is a very it really stands out. It's one of the few things where I was like, yeah, that's definitely unused. A lot of the other stuff I'm looking at, like, is this unused? I have to like ask several people. Have you seen this sprite in game? But yeah, it do be like that.
Yeah, Mega
Ooh.
Man's my favorite fantasy series, guys.
Well, it is.
Right.
Well, technically, it's funny because I think in interviews it creates some people were saying like they want to put fantasy elements in the Zero games because cyber elves are like just by the name elves, it's like it's a fantasy idea, and they thought of like the cyber elves and being magical basically because they do basically give you powers. So it's sci-fi, but it's sci-fi with a hint of magic.
Basically, sci-fi magic, Star
Right.
Trek space magic.
Any science, once you lack the understanding of how the science works, becomes magic.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And
Uh,
that's honestly the coolest kind of science, opinion.
Mhm.
Well, maybe not science, but coolest kind of magic, if you want to view it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. On a random side note tangent,
Yep.
check this out, Jack.
Is it a DM, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Hold on. Oh, that's nice.
Right?
Hmm.
Yeah, very nice. Good choice.
It's funny in light of what Apple's doing these days.
It probably even
Yep,
has a watermark.
Hmm.
it do.
Oh, there's the menu UI.
Yep. Also, I just want to say, this is not unused. This was in the Zero collection on DS as like a little extended credits thing. They like upres DL sprites. But I just want to say she looks absolutely
Oh, wow,
cursed with
that's
those
so uncanny.
eyes.
Wow, that's so uncanny. What?
Yeah. No, look at the eyes. It's just like super dilated. She looks like
She looks
she's
like
having a
she's
sugar
high.
rush. I was gonna say sugar rush, but yes, that she does look a little she's I think she started taking the cyber elves themselves herself.
She did not take Zero's death well.
Yeah,
Nope.
so she's just been eating cyber elves like popcorn chicken.
They also gave her more frames.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh, jeez. And what was this used for?
Credits for the like the collection itself.
Ugh,
She was just
jeez.
running in the
On the-
corner, if I recall right.
Yep.
The entire collection was actually just a fever dream by CL. Remembering the events.
Mm.
Oh, that's sad.
It's funny because like in the Legacy collection, all these sprites are still there. It's just they never get used because they changed the whole front end. But yeah, there's a lot of
That's cursed.
oh yeah, absolutely. Um, Darn, we're literally about to end the stream, my dude.
Yeah, I don't see these guys staying much longer. I'm probably not gonna stay.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta go to bed. I got work in the morning.
What's up,
Yeah.
bro? We appreciate you coming by, though.
I'm a little late, guys. Arrives right before the party ends.
Well, I appreciate you poking your head regardless, Darn.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
coming in.
I need to
Um,
make dinner.
Oh my
This
god.
late? Oh, wait, what's your time zone? Like,
I think it's 10.
it's
it's
like
not bad.
11 o'clock.
It's 10 for
It's already
him.
night. Yeah.
9?
10.
10. Not that much more reasonable, but at least it's not 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I will share one more
Done.
thing before we head off.
MMZR release date, let's go, baby!
No, no, no,
What it, Charlie?
no. If I could find it. Okay, you remember Bifrost from ZX Advent?
Yeah.
I think so.
Who's like the shark-looking or alligator-looking guy? Big dude. Icicle teeth. He's
Very
made
sharp,
up
yeah.
of a bunch of layers. So you can see him, but he doesn't have his dentures on, basically. I'm trying to find the rest of him. Because the teeth were on their own layer.
Have a good night, dog.
Oh yeah, you could see him without his head too. They like actually like drew in the slot. Yes, yes. Headless Bifrost. Let's go.
Perfect.
Headless and handless. I forgot the hands were, I think, on their own.
I like this version of Bifrost.
You want to just take this one frame, put it in the game as a random like background element, color swap it a little bit. Nobody will notice.
That reminds me of like the Elden Ring like cauldron guy,
Hmm.
where it's just a big walking pot, basically.
They did the same thing with Queen Bee. Her wings were their own sprite, and then like the inside of her what do you even call it, the spherical tank. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was its own layer. I'm just thinking like poor programmer whoever had to just put all this in. So
It's okay. They're allowed to be bullied.
yeah, like You got a layer for her the things that attack you with the light, and
I wonder why they
For
did
her.
it as layers anyway.
color
Like separate
limitations. They need to use, I think, multiple palettes for this. You have a
Oh.
16 color limit, so you got to split it off into multiple sprites with multiple palettes.
Okay, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Which means more work for the programmers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you look at someone like this dragon, it's all just pieces that they bring together. I don't know why some of these are corrupt, but yeah, it's just a lot of pieces.
Quick question. I know that you're saying a palette limit for ZR to keep it within the style, but I'm assuming that isn't like a actual programming limit either, right?
It's not. It's not a real limitation. Technically, we could use as many colors as we want. There's nothing in the computer that stops us. We just choose to limit ourselves for the purpose of making things
Style.
the style. Yeah.
Right. But would you like if you wanted more than 16 colors though, would you actually do it in layers like this, like NT did?
No.
Or would you just decide to just bake it into the sprite?
Well, the only reason we would use layers is if we want to swap things in and out with those layers. So the Saber and the Buster are on their own layer, but that's because there are ways to change what weapon you have. But in terms of color limitations, we just put everything on one sprite. There's no reason to layer it out because that's more work for me. That's more work for the spriters. It's just I don't get paid enough for this. You know,
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Technically, I could give Zero hyper-realistic eyes with 1,000 colors.
I prefer googly eyes, thank you very much.
I can do that too.
I'm so glad you remember that.
How can I forget?
One day I'll bring that back.
It's just fun value, but it's just googly eyes, including his portraits.
The next demo comes out, and every single character it has googly eyes, and then we'll just say, "Oh no, it was a bug. We didn't do this on purpose."
It's in the lore.
Yep. Yep.
Googly eye infection, AU.
Mm-hmm. Oh
The
yeah,
disease that
Bifrost
affects
teeth are on
humans.
their own layer too. Yeah, that
And Reploids.
looks so weird on its own. It's always amazing how detailed these sprites are. Like you could really like feel the volume, feel the form.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like you're gonna go into a tagline with that. Feel the volume, feel the form.
Not intentional.
Gatorade.
Yep. Even the spider guy was in. It's weird. He was in parts, but at the bottom they have it assembled as well. Not sure if the bottom ones get used, but yeah.
Oh, have a good night, Greatest On.
Oh yes. Have a good night, Mr. Darn.
It's greatest, Mr. Dom, to you.
Yeah, but what's he gonna do about it?
Oh.
Become the greatest of the greatest?
They'll just bring your view counter down by 1.
Oh no.
Oh, cruel.
Oh yeah, his tail's on its own layer too. Nice. Well, in any case, I do think now is a good time to call it a night. So, thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of your night. Hope to see you all next Sunday.
Y'all have
Peace.
fun.
Have a good
Don't
night.
get lost.
Don't do anything I would.